Hello and welcome to the Borgata Winter Open, event number 5, the $500 Almighty Million, presented by BetMGM Poker. My name is Jeremy Geist in the booth with Jeff Stellwagen. How you doing, my man?
Dude, excited to commentate with this with you. It was kind of a last-minute thing, and I couldn't be happier to be here and look at some cards and see how these players play.
This is going to be awesome, man. $283,000 up top in a $500 tournament. 3,900 players made their way down here, and we are down to just 8 people on this final table. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely awesome. Poker's back on the East Coast, my man. How about this?
They've been crushing it at Borgata. Yeah. Like there's been dailies, nightlies that have been crushing it by like 3 times the guarantee. This event beat the guarantee by like 1.6x. It's insane, and I'm so happy to be here.
Let's go, man. So right now, final 8 players all have $31,000 locked up. Progressive pay jumps moving up from there. It's gonna be a fast and loud final table here. A lot of similar stacks. But coming in at the top here, we have Patrick Sendowitz. He is looking at a 93 million chip stack currently. As we look over at the current payouts, 283,000 for first place, 186,000 for second, 122,000 for third place, and then moving down the line to that $31,000 prize that everybody has locked up already. The players have their chips stacked. We're going to be going live. Cards are going to be in the air in no time, man. So, you know anybody at this final table here?
I do. So I was actually on the rail for this final table. I was watching Andrew Porter and Casey Hatmaker, guys that I play with in PA Online and on BetMGM Poker as well. Andrew Porter, unfortunately, busted out with pocket aces in 9th place, but still a great run for him. And Casey's still in, so I'm happy to watch and see how things turn out.
Let's go, man. Yeah. I said it, last stream that I commentated, but if anybody at that final table, has done their research, they know they're probably on the luckier side to have Porter go out in 9th. He is an excellent player. Unfortunately, those aces just couldn't hold up for him. He fell in 9th place. Right before the live stream final table here. Cool shot of that Borgata trophy that one of these players is going to take home at the end there. Man, I got to be honest, dude. I'd love to take home some of that hardware.
It would be the dream to have one of those one day, honestly, or a lot of hardware. So
yes, absolutely. Checking out the players here, we got Anthony Hall in seat 1, Casey Hatmaker in seat 2 there. Moving down the line to Carlos Nados, largest live cash $40,000, but a pretty substantial Hendon mob there, $428,000 on the live earnings so far. Will Shaw, not much earnings. It looks like this is going to be his biggest final table of all time, biggest score already, man. That's got to be really exciting.
Big spot for him. He doesn't even look phased though, man.
I know.
Look at these guys.
Patrick has the largest chip stack right now, but going to be quite a few flips going into these first few orbits. Eddie Good, straight out of New Jersey, product of the hometown.
We got a lot of local guys.
Yeah, of course. Andrew Moore from Maryland, 13K on the Hendon mob. Nice. Rounding it out in the 9th seat, we got Phil Neiman, 397,000, 94K cash. He's got a couple pay jumps to make before he has his biggest live score there yet.
C2 has to be like the youngest one here, or C1.
So for all these guys, is this going to be the largest score for these guys, Jeremy?
Yeah, so Anthony Hall has a 300K score on his Hendon mob. I believe from earlier this year at Win. I believe he took down one of the Win tournaments over the summer. So that other than him though, if anybody ships this bad boy, that will be their largest live score. So this is really cool, man. Really, really big spot for a lot of these guys. So if you're Patrick and you're in the chip lead right now, with how close a lot of the stacks are, what's kind of the strategy going in here?
Well, I mean, so you have Carlos also right there with you. Right. They're at 93 and 92 million, so they're kind of incentivized not to play too many big pots with each other. They're incentivized to put a lot of pressure on, and it looks like Patrick does have position on Carlos, so that's a really good spot for him to be in. We see him in the 5 seat and Carlos in the 3 seat, so that's a fortunate table draw, and then he should be able to apply a lot of pressure, and Carlos might have to just feel out how Patrick's going to play against him and go from there.
Yeah, I've talked about this many times, man. It's incredible how much, both table draw earlier on and seat draw at a final table can mean so much. And I assume we're going to see it here too.
Absolutely. And so we have kind of 3 middle stacks, and we have 3 short stacks here. So the 3 short stacks are incentivized to see each other bust out, and maybe even if they can, put pressure on the other short stacks to kind of jump ahead of them and make sure that they stay low. So it's going to be interesting to see how Will, Andrew, and Casey play against each other.
Very interesting. All right, so we got Patrick. So we got Patrick opening the button to 4.5 million here at 1 million, 2 million, 2 million blinds. It looks like he's not going to get too many customers here.
Yeah, no. For Andrew, having 10 big blinds here, it's an option to try to stop and go with the king 3 offsuit. I think if it was suited, you might go for it, but might just be a little bit too weak. And yeah, he's going to let it go here.
Awkwardly quiet in here.
Never a problem scooping in that first pot as the chip leader. Good to get some momentum going.
Yeah, and it would be different there for him if he wasn't so close in chips to Casey and William. Might try to peel one off there, hit a king, go from there. But
yeah, as we look at the leaderboard here, man, Jeff talked about those 3 middling stacks, but below that, we've got 3 players who are under 12 big blinds. So yeah, I expect to see the 2 largest stacks at the table attempted to put pressure really on those middling stacks as much as possible. Those guys don't want to mess around too much. They've got 3 players that can be eliminated before them. So pay jumps are big, man. Pay jumps are big. Just the difference between 8th place and 7th place is a 14K pay jump. So, this is big equity spots here.
yeah, that pay jump alone is bigger than some of these guys' biggest scores ever.
Yeah.
And it's just an insane spot to see yourself in. Here we have Patrick with pocket 7s. I imagine it will be opening.
4.5.
And guys, excuse us. We're gonna try and make sure that you guys can hear the table talk as much as possible.
So here with ace-9 suited is Andrew. It's a pretty good spot over the chip leader as opposed to one of the middling stacks opening. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take it, especially suited.
And I think that's exactly what's going to happen here. Andrew's sending it in. And what do you think from Patrick's standpoint here? I mean, he's got a little bit of a decision, but I have to assume the chips are going to go in here with 7s, right?
Yeah, I think 7s is just too good. Maybe if he had some of the smaller pocket pairs, you'd start to consider a fold. 10 big blinds is around the area where you start to fold as a chip leader. And it obviously depends on dynamics too. But I think that this is kind of an uncomfortable, like, I have to go with it kind of spot here.
Yeah, he's getting a count right now. And I'm sure he's just doing some accounting to make sure, it's within where he wants to be. This is still for, call it 20% of his stack. So he's got to make some considerations. But with the chips and this spot, I foresee these going in the middle here, and I think we're gonna be off to the races. Just two hands into the first orbit, man.
I think that Patrick is definitely gonna have some folds here though. Like we'll have like offsuit Broadway, even some lower ace X. But yeah, 7's just too good. He could even be shoving 5, 6s, ace 5. So here we go.
Off to the races, man.
Which hand do you like here?
Well, I'm always going to like the pair. Always going to like the pair over the flip, but 6, 5, 8, 2 spades. Open-ender for the 7, still in head.
Straight.
4 on the turn. Couple of opportunities here. Don't want to hit a set now. 8 on the river. GG's, Andrew. Well played, my man. Got it in with a good hand. Was flipping. Unfortunately, the rich are just going to get richer here. Patrick going to increase that chip lead to 59 big lines. Andrew Moore going to be bowing out in 8th place for still a very excellent payday of $31,000. No complaints. GG, sir. Well played, my man.
Game to Andrew there. He just had too much hand. I really think that, you know, if there's like a 2 big blind stack, 3 big blind stack, like a very short stack, then maybe you start to consider a fold there. But with this stack distribution, I think a good play there, and you know, just can win the flip. So good game to him.
You know, like we were going
Here
to.
we go, man. Casey's going to get a pay jump there. Still sitting last in chips, but he is honestly just one flip away from being right back in the mix. So
Thanks, bro.
You're welcome. It's good.
Yeah.
It's better.
see where we go from
We're
here.
like on the fence.
I mean, with average stack, you know, only being like 24, 25 big blinds to start the final table, really, when you double up, you feel really good about your chances then, and then you're just one flip away from being in the chip lead. It would be the dream. But now we see Patrick does take a more commanding chip lead over Carlos, up to 118 million. So that's going to be a really good spot, and it's going to be interesting to see how he plays going forward. I think he just wanted to take a hand off there, understandably so.
Yeah. Bill waking up in the small blind here with what I would say is a playable hand, King 9 offsuit. But Anthony's got some cards here. He's got some chips and he's got some cards he can play with. At the very least, he'll be able to battle with the Jack 9.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
Blind versus blind.
as Phil, he's going to be doing a lot of limping, especially as Anthony has him covered. You know, there's going to be a few hands that you know, some people will raise, some people just have a pure limp strategy when they're covered. So.
Like Anthony comes in for the raise, 6.5 million. Typically blind versus blind, you like to see a little bit more of the about the 3x sizing. Is that right, Jeff?
Yeah, I think 3x is good. 3.2 is 2.5 is what he likes to use here. I think that's pretty good too. Yeah, like off of against the 20 big blind stack too. 3 is good, and then the deeper you are, you know, you'll see like a 3.5x, sometimes a 4x. But that's you know, pretty standard size that he used there. So I think that's good.
It's almost a trap in my hand.
And he takes it down.
Honestly, I had a pretty
King 9
good
finds the bin pretty quickly
probably
there.
had a qualifier
Well played,
to
my friend.
basically my stature.
A good king. A good king.
You were behind.
I was live?
You were live, of course. 5 cards to come.
Yeah, we hear the players bantering a little bit about what they had. You never know who's being honest, who's not. William waiting in the wings here with pocket queens, 11 big blinds.
Licking his chops. Oh, and Patrick wakes up with kings right behind. Oh, guys, strap in. We are going to see some chips go in the middle here.
So conventional wisdom here would be, even off of 11 big blinds from early position, especially with a premium, that you come in for a min raise. Looks like Patrick's going to go for a little bit more of a committing size of a 3.5x, but we see the cards here. It's going to be hard for these hands not to go in here, right, Jeremy?
The dynamics are rough for Will too here, right? Like Patrick is the chip leader. He's incentivized to put pressure on wherever he can. And unfortunately, this is not fake pressure. This is the real deal here, man.
Thank you.
21 million. You're going to see, even if some people had some good hands here, I think that they would be like, yeah, I'm out of here. Let's let you guys duke it out. But we see that nothing's too good here. Casey's going to find a fold with 10 deuce, and we figure Queens is going with it here.
Call.
He uses a size that puts him basically exactly all.
Yep.
Sometimes we'll see a smaller 3-bet size just to try and incentivize them to go in. But when he goes 3.5x, just putting him all in.
No, he gave me one.
And Will has done nothing wrong here. This is just a cold deck, man. You're never getting away from queens. Yeah, given these stack depths, man. This is just a brutal one. No help on the 8-7-5 flop.
Hearts aren't even live.
Yep.
The queens.
Same
they
suits.
share the suits. Yeah.
Oof.
Can hope for a chop out.
Yeah, it's chop outs.
Six ball.
Nice play.
No.
Good game, Billy.
GG's Will. He is going to bow out in 7th place. But a 45K payday Nothing to shake your finger at, man. Yeah, dude. GG's. You did nothing wrong. Just a brutal spot, man.
He almost 10x's his Hendon Mob scores there. I mean,
It's pretty sick. Yeah, man.
That's not too shabby at all there from Will. Great score, nothing to be ashamed of. And now we got some different dynamics here, Jeremy.
Yeah. We're talking about a 20K pay jump from 6th to 5th. All players right now, the final 6 are all guaranteed 64,000 in chips. And once again, man, first 2 eliminations coming by Patrick. He is just sitting on piles there. Yeah, man, I knew it was going to be like this, but man, first orbit, and we already got 2 eliminations. My goodness.
Here we see a suited ace for Patrick, and he's going to be opening into the other big stack, Carlos, if he decides to take it. So that would be the only time that he might be more afraid or more incentivized to shy away. But now he really is pulling away here, and my boy Casey gets another pay jump too. And now, I mean, he's a pretty dominant shorty with the 2 other stacks that were close to him gone. Maybe that gives him an opportunity to make some moves here.
Let's see.
Sorry, guys.
It's worth mentioning too, guys, the tan or gold-ish colored chips are 500,000. Those black chips are 250K, and the green chips that are still in play are 100,000. This was a massive tournament from a buy-in standpoint, and you start with 100,000 in chips. So yeah, every one of those green chips there that's a life. That's a buy-in for this tournament right there, and we're quite deep.
Yeah, it was 2 of those 100,000 chips.
Oof, no luck.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Like at one point, I had 700,000. That was a lot of chips, and that's only 7 of the green disc. And we see Patrick has like 1,000 actual physical chips. So it's kind of a crazy spot.
Yeah.
And notably, we saw Patrick show an ace there. He's just trying to let the table know maybe, hey, I'm not pushing you around. That might be a reverse strategy, though. Just like, maybe he has plans of opening later and just like letting them know, like, hey, I had an ace here. It wasn't just pushing you guys around.
But smart move nonetheless. I like getting the table image on point. You know what I mean? I do that in cash too. I didn't 3-bet 3 times in a row for no reason. I got the goods, but I only show the goods on the last one.
Yeah, we see Casey pass on the 6-4 suited there. Just not enough hand. I think the queen 8's close here for Carlos. It's not really a slam dunk. We don't know how much these guys played. If Patrick and Carlos played blind versus blind,
I wouldn't be tough.
a limp could be good there, just a call there. But I think letting it go is a reasonable option too. If you think that he's going to be raising you a lot, then you're just giving away half a big blind, and that's valuable at a final table.
Half a big blind is probably a few $1,000s in equity, at a final table like this. So
Yeah, we're good.
Phil's gonna wake up with some rags here under the gun. What do you think Anthony does with the ace-10 suited? I got to assume he's gonna put at least some chips in the middle here, right?
Yeah, ace-10 suited is a great hand here from the hijack. The only problem is that I think he's going to be opening into Patrick's big blind, but still ace-10 suited, just too good of a hand. If it was offsuit, sometimes you see people start finding the folds from earlier position, but 6 people left, ace-10 suited. I think it's a pretty mandatory open here.
Yeah, speaking to the ace-10 suited versus ace-10, offsuit variety, when you get deeper into final tables like this and stacks are a lot shorter, those offsuit Broadway cards up front just become a lot less valuable than they are in, call it earlier stage of the tournament or even in cash or something like that. But players often look down and unfortunately see the 2 paint cards and just decide they want to put some chips in the middle,
chips?
Absolutely. I mean, there with the Jack 8 suited, it's interesting for Patrick. Sometimes you'll see like Jack 9 suited, Jack 8 suited, get flatted there just to apply pressure. But that's especially in like a bounty tournament. If you're playing like a PKO as a chip leader, then you'd really be able to leverage pressure and go after the bounty. Here, I think that it's pretty close between fold, call, 3-bet.
So we see Eddie defending his big blind with ace-7 offsuit. Pretty standard here. Neither player are going to hit this flop. But I think Anthony's going to continue in position here.
I think from early position here, there are some ICM implications, though.
Sure.
but this is one of the stacks that you can kind of apply some pressure to as well. So a big stack here. Let's see what he comes with. Comes with 4.5 million, so 2.2 big blinds, a pretty standard c-bet on this board, especially at the final table. You want to start using some smaller sizings, depending on the board still, but I think that's good and well played. So
As we look at the chip counts here, all eyes are going to be on Casey, sitting with just 7 big blinds. Players are going to be, looking to ladder. Big stacks are going to be looking to apply pressure to, some of those middling stacks. But hey, man, all it takes is one flip.
Everyone's looking at you.
all it takes, and then
You
he's
just
right
gonna
back in
stick
it.
by, a couple ladder up a little bit over there.
Here we see Anthony 6-3 offsuit. Yeah, I think the 10-7.
Oh, I thought Jerry was actually in here.
He should come watch.
Carlos has
He
some
was rooting for
chips
me, so
and a
good.
good hand.
Oh, yeah, keep him out of here.
Yeah, fully anticipate him opening this up, and looks like the chip leader doesn't have anything behind him. So if he knew that, he'd be even fist pumping more to go to open here. But now the chip leader's on his direct left now. He, as I like to say, he lost his meat shield or bodyguard in between them. So now he's gonna have to battle a little bit, but with some respect, of course.
Of course, yeah, and we mentioned table draw, or excuse me, seat draw earlier,
Yeah,
and
one of my best friends.
yeah, man, if you're second in chips and you just happen to have the chip leader to your direct left is not a fun time if that chip leader's playing big stack the way they should. It's not fun opening some of these we'll call them good but not premium hands.
Right.
But it's gonna get through on this one. No
It's a
actionable
ridiculous
hands behind him.
hand to be
Yeah,
a favorite
and
hand.
another thing to
8-4.
note here is earlier when I was on the rail, there was a chop talk coming down the pipes with 13
know,
players
Jerry was
left.
giving me
But most
this
notably,
focus, right?
Patrick had just won a
was playing-
big flip or a
I was
big
playing
hand,
with
I
him all
forget
day.
what it was,
He kept on
to go to
coming,
like
like,
50
he was
million in
like,
chips, which was
no,
basically the chip lead at the time. And he
like,
said, I was
the
kind of
next couple of
indifferent at the
days,
time, and now I'm like
even when
very
he got
against
knocked
it.
out,
Like
he
I want to
kept
get,
on
he said, I want to get my first win. I remember saying
Let's
that.
go,
so,
man.
So we'll see how that plays out.
to get some real,
What do we
real
see
run good.
here, Jeremy?
Got some real run
Ace.
good from him.
Under the gun,
Yeah.
waking up with 2 red queens
trouble.
on the short stack.
I think you're trolling.
Chips are gonna go in the middle here.
Who's you?
Now, when you're this short,
He said that he
there's an argument to be made for doing kind of the non-all-in sizing in the event that there may be a ton of action behind you. But
No markup,
with
just
7 big blinds, the lower stack, do you anticipate he does something like that, or still just goes for the full gambit?
I would say that it's not out of
Yeah,
question
yeah,
for him to
yeah,
come in for a min raise here.
Interesting.
Not out of question to come
There
in
you go.
for like a 4 big blind, but yeah, it's really close. Like this is like the shortest stack that you'd come in, but
Right.
you'd balance this with a few other hands that just don't
Ooh.
quite
Such a
want to
peaceful
go
game.
all in.
So quiet.
No, I like noise.
See ace queen, wing in the wings. Now Eddie might anticipate this to be pretty strong. The under the gun open off of 8 big blinds, a min raise. Generally very, very strong, but
Very strong.
some players do balance this with some weaker hands, and ace queen off of 17 big blinds of Eddie just is probably too good here, even though we can see the cards.
Right.
listen to music.
He goes ahead and 3-bets it up to 8 million, and that's just going to go ahead and commit Casey.
Music not allowed. Music.
But it's worth noting, if there's one of maybe a few players at this table that could find some light opens off of that stack. Casey is a very experienced player, very, very solid player, but he's got the goods here, man, and it's going to go in the middle. Looks like Eddie's going to call, and we are off once again here, man.
Big hand.
Big hand. 2 red queens, ace queen off. Let's go to the run out here. Let's see 5.
Man, just got to fade the ace and maybe a straight here. Worth noting that suit-wise, we're different here.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens.
Nothing a little ace can't fix.
And I do think, like it said that Eddie came in with a
Into the
min
Jerry.
3-bet size. I think that's good. If the big, you just have to make sure that you're not going to get exploited behind with like random stuff, and then they pick up the 8 million chips off of you. But I think against most players, I think that's good. Not committing yourself, then they come over the top, and you can still fold.
Ooh,
Brutal, brother.
ace king, dude.
Oh, and another one.
Ace on
And
the
now he's
turn.
drawing.
We're drawing to
Big game,
1
brother.
out. No, he's not actually. I'm sorry. Yeah, that is going to be GG's for my For my guy Casey, man, excellent run, my friend, out in 6th place. Still a very nice payday, $64,000, and that's gonna be Casey's largest score.
Jerry, I'm
So
telling you.
good for you, my friend. Still an awesome run. I know he's got his dad on the rail there, and I got a few minutes to speak to his father before this final table. I can tell you that is one proud dad right there, man. He supports his son to the
Now we're
fullest.
all in the big
Casey
Now we're all in
gave
big
him
money,
quite
so
a
we
bit
don't
to be
gotta talk
proud
about
of there, man. $64,000,
it.
6th place finish. GG's, my friend. Excellent
Some big
run.
blind?
My biggest score is 6.
Absolutely,
Oh,
yeah.
no, I got
Casey is
6 on
just.
10.
I mean,
biggest
I
score is
played a lot of
121.
hands with him. I know the type of
Yeah,
player he
man,
is.
let's play for it.
Unfortunately, he couldn't win that because I think that
if
he
we
would be a
chop, I'll
huge
beat
player to watch here at this table.
you can't
I
be
mean,
like that.
I don't know for
Gotta
sure, but I would
beat it.
say he might be the only professional poker player that was left in the field.
Yeah.
But just 24 years old, I would look for him to do
4.5.
more big stuff. Just another good live run. Just can't quite climb the mountain, and I'm right there with him, man. That's a great run, though, Casey. Good game.
Let's go, man. Here we see Patrick opening up under the gun with the ace-queen. Pretty standard. Feels a little unfair. The chip leader's getting hit with the deck here, but it do be like that sometimes, honestly.
Yeah, it does. And, we're 10 hands in. We've seen him have a few good hands.
This
Yeah.
stream might be like
I'm really curious to see, like, when he gets some of, like, the marginal hands to open,
Right.
how he acts. But so far, so
You know,
good.
anything could happen. I've seen
Yeah.
that.
Opening in the Carlos's big blind. We do have a suited, pretty hand here. I think
200
that's pretty
million to
close with
200
like
million
9-5
5 million big
suited
blind.
here, but don't mind if you,
had heads up.
40 big
especially
blind
if you
deep, it's still
feel
good.
good post
Not
flop.
live, but I've had heads up.
But I don't think that this is like a super mandatory defend given the
Online,
stats.
that's pretty low.
Right.
That's a lot of
Whereas
hands.
if you have like 9-7 suited, definitely.
Well, not heads up.
This is a good board for the big blind in general.
Definitely going to hit their range a lot more than the under the gun openers range, but Carlos
5
comes a
million.
check.
I think as Chip, if you covered the guy, you'd have more leads there from the big blind on final tables. When you don't cover, less leads on a final table. So I think check is definitely good. On an 8-high board specifically, you can have some donk leads from the big blind.
Let's find out a little bit about Carlos here. Okay.
What you have now?
I was interested to see. I have to assume that a guy with as much experience as Carlos probably understands that that's going to be a board that favors him a little bit more. But big implications here, man. Just worth noting, every single player here guaranteed an $83,000 payday, but it is a $20,000 jump up to that 4th place, $102,000. So, no easy run. Never feel great attacking that big blind against the or attacking from the big blind versus the chip leader. But we're gonna see here, man.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, chip-wise, we have kind of 3 stacks that are pretty close to each other between like that 18 to like 28 big blind mark, and then we have Patrick way out in front, and Carlos now kind of finds himself kind of in the middle and in a spot where he can really not attack that much. There's not a lot of attacking.
Now they say it 30 minutes later.
Well, I mean, I guess he can a little bit with like 3 bets and stuff over the short stacks. Just has to be careful and see how Patrick reacts. But in terms of opening light, not going to be a thing for Carlos.
And it's interesting too. Coming from we started 8-handed. We're 20 minutes in, and we've already lost 3 players. But 5-handed, those blinds make it around very, very quickly. There's nowhere to hide, really. You as a middling stack, you want to try and be conservative and let some of those shorter stacks bust out. But your shortest stack right now, sitting right around 20 bigs. There's not a whole lot of hiding to do. You are gonna have to play some pots. So you better be very, very comfortable playing post flop with the chip leader here. And Patrick, kudos to you, my friend, going after the queen 9-7 board with just 5 deuce. So. Let's go, man. Put the pressure on where you can, and yeah, I expect to see more of this behavior out of Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, I think that now with the average stack being around 40 big blinds, we have some more playable stacks. We might start to see some opens and some defends now that some of those shorter stacks are gone. So we might be ready for some playability, especially now we're in 50-minute levels
Yeah.
for the final table, which is really nice.
$5
So we'll see how these guys play. Short-handed with a big blind ante, you're generally incentivized to play a little bit more than online or other places where everybody antes when you're the big blind ante with the big blind ante rather, because now the ante is bigger than it normally would be when you start to go short-handed.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right, on an online final table where it's a standard ante coming from each player, the ante is going to be smaller
Right.
than this, where it's a full big blind. Oh, that's actually very
Yeah, there
interesting
would
to think
be
about.
right now 5-handed. There would be like 0.5 or 0.6
Right.
big blinds in, and now there's a full big blind as the ante. So now there's hypothetically more to play for.
You want to
Now-
attack that more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now how much does that affect it? It affects it some, especially 3-handed heads up live. You're definitely going to be incentivized to actually play more hands and go for that. That's why it's sometimes
6 mil.
heads up live, you see people going for like 100% play strategy where it might be closer to 85%. So just something to note here. Maybe
Yeah.
you go a pip wider than you normally would in some spots, but ICM is very fluid. There's a lot of factors going in for these players.
The hands.
I mean, I'm sure that you could name a few. I could name a few.
Sure.
There's a lot going into
But he's
it.
on fold.
No.
And it's funny now that you say that, and that like dawned on me that the big blind
I mean, I
ante is
couldn't
going to
be
be different
sure.
than online. I've actually seen venues that when it gets down to 3 or 4-handed, they cut the big blind ante in half.
Yeah, I've seen
so
that
that
too.
actually makes a lot of sense now.
And I actually like that a lot when
Yeah.
they do that, because heads up specifically, it really affects it. But here we see the Queen 10 offsuit with Patrick. I didn't see. Did he come for a raise or?
Yeah,
or-
so Patrick went ahead and raised from the small blind. Eddie defended from the big blind with the 8-7. He's going to hit a pair on this flop, and he's going to continue, man. Patrick looking to put on that pressure. Let's see if he goes for a double barrel here on the turn, depending on what the card is.
I like a jack or a 9's gonna be good for us. An
Ooh.
ace is just as good as
Yep.
as the razor. This is a great card to try representing. Now Eddie isn't going to be like 3-betting all of his aces. He's not completely stripped from ace X as he
10
would be
million?
shorter. So he does have some that's floating the flop, but I like this from Patrick.
Yeah, and he's not skipping a beat either. 10 million on the turn, goes half pot. This is the pressure that you want to see as the chip leader, and yeah, he's just gonna put Eddie with third pair in just such a brutal spot.
It's such a tough spot because you're asking Patrick, what story are you telling? Now,
Right.
he's saying, listen, I'm c-betting my ace X. I'm now continuing with my ace X. He's not saying now I have a king. Less so. He's not really saying he has a king now. Now, is he saying he has 2 pair? Yeah, for sure. Is he saying he has a flush draw? Yeah, draws, etc. So
Eddie doing a little bit of accounting, trying to figure out, if I put this call in the middle, SBR is going to be less. There you go, and it's going to get through, man. Yeah, this is
that's why I thought that was a perfect size there.
Really
by,
good
by
work.
Patrick.
nice shot, my friend.
Yeah, sometimes
find out
people
later
will
if you
try to go bigger with a bluff and
hopefully it's over by
incentivize like a flush draw to, not have the right pot odds to go for it. But I think, if you're playing your value like that, you're also
had a king, you were ahead.
also should be playing your bluffs like that. So I think that's
said if he had a king, he
really
was
well
ahead.
done there from Patrick, and it would have set up the pot for
Yep.
basically a little bit more than or a little bit less than 1-1, which is
You had a gut
perfect
shot?
for the river if he
Gut shot or
decided he needed
out
to
system?
fire another. Or
No, I had a
whatever,
gut
so
shot.
Selfishly, I sort of wish Eddie would have made that call. I'd have been very interested to see if
what happened?
Patrick, piled on the river. That would have been a spot.
Yeah, and it's nice there too. He had some outs, even if he was against
Yeah.
an ace or a king. So
Sure.
the hand selection's good, I think. You see the 7-4 is going to most likely get folded unless if we're feeling crazy. Or I think he might have already. Yeah, this is Carlos here.
Waiting for the graphics to catch up. Yeah. Patrick's gonna wake up with a pair from the button.
Yeah, on the button at these stacks, I think that is totally reasonable to set mine here because we got looks like the blinds did go up 1.5 million, 3 million, but still Carlos has about close to 30 big blinds to start the hand. I think that's around the realm where, as the chip leader, we want to be still set mining and you can apply pressure. Still from in position. You just are going to do some flatting. You're going to do some 3-betting. So I think that this
Pure-
is still good.
Purely for ICM pressure, is there ever an argument to be made for three betting a pair from the button,
I
like a
mean,
smaller pocket pair
yeah,
like that?
for balance, and you do see it sometimes. You also
Yeah.
see sometimes it gets just 3-bet jammed.
Yeah.
You know, you're able to, like, if he 3-bet jams fours there, you know, Carlos probably has to fold everything nines and under pairwise, so you're getting so much better to fold there. And like this hand, especially, you know, it's going in the bin. Could be interesting to see out of position how Carlos plays this, whether he comes with check or c bet. Looks like we're reaching for chips. Looks small to me, maybe 5 million. About to find out.
Goes four.
Yeah, so bet's 25%. Seems pretty standard to me, but I mean, fours is getting an insane price. Backdoor spades.
Just because you're begging me.
Gut shot as well. I think that we definitely come with a call.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Yep.
call.
Patrick said something to him as he was putting in the chips there. I didn't quite catch it. I'd be interested to know what he said.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, 3 on the turn. Oh, Carlos. Brutal turn, Carlos.
And really, from the button, it's not like you're against the big blind.
Yeah.
From the button, you're like, what fours is this guy? Shouldn't have that many fours. Like, you're not too concerned because you're not flatting king four suited. The only things
No.
you have fours with are pocket fours. If he flats him, he might fold an ace four suited, which probably
Right.
3-bets. So you're really not giving him credit for that many fours here. So this is just so sneaky. Now you could be against better two-pair
Right.
sets, but yeah.
And the tough thing, too, is, you know, the ace of hearts is on the board. You have the ace of diamonds in your hand. So there's really only 2 combos of ace four suited, right? Like
Yeah.
this is just a nasty spot.
It up.
Yeah, and like he's gonna have a flush draw so much. He comes with a smaller size here, and I wonder if there's a raise coming in. Or...
Yeah, I believe I heard raise, and now we're finding out he goes to 20 million.
So,
Yeah, now you don't feel so good, but
No.
you know, can the chip leader just have a flush draw here? Have even occasionally like a 6-7 suited.
time.
I mean 5-6
whole
suited probably
different
call
time.
it,
Yeah.
but like. But just any flush draw, like especially spades and some backdoor hearts too. So Carlos has to weigh that out. A lot of Patrick's better ace X is probably raising him pre-flop too. So it's just if I'm trying to figure this out as Carlos, it's
you got the
really
tools to
really
use
tough.
them,
It's just a matter of what's Patrick doing? Is he the kind of guy that's really going to be putting me in a tough spot with a flush draw, or is he thinking I'm getting such a great price, I'm just going to peel?
Yeah, this is probably fairly player dependent as far as what's going through Carlos's mind right now, right? Like, there's got to be some guys you've played with over these past few levels that, call them uber aggressive or whatever, that you might almost have to peel in this situation. But yeah, I mean, to the best of my knowledge, Patrick has not been getting overly out of line in any way, shape, or form. But you're still looking at top pair 5-handed. I mean, it's
and he's second in chips too. There's just so much
Yeah.
ICM pressure on him.
Yeah.
It's a great spot. If Patrick has a bluff there, obviously we see him have it.
But hey,
Now look at those stacks, Jared.
oh my gosh, man.
I wasn't bluffing.
This is the dream as a chip leader. We
Yeah.
saw it with Nick Finaro in the 800 that you
Yeah.
covered, and
We're
now
gonna
we're
find out later what
going to
you
find
have.
out how
We need to
Patrick
find out. There's no way to
plays
find
the huge chip lead as opposed to the small one.
Yeah.
And all of that had to be going through Carlos's mind. Like, do I really want to give this guy the reins of the final table? Like, if I call here, but ultimately, ace
make
10
sure that
just
you're
a bluff
putting the right
catcher here,
thing.
really. So
Yeah.
it's
I think
such
you
a tough
toss it.
spot.
No,
By the
I
way,
gave a speech
credit where
when
credit
he's
is
like,
due.
"Oh,
Carlos
4
made a
million?"
good fold there, man. It's
Yeah,
not
yeah, nice
4
fold.
million
from Carlos.
not a fun thing because I mean you could even be, thinking like I'm pretty sure this guy's bluffing, but it's still almost not worth,
Yeah.
not necessarily in that situation, but that can absolutely be going through your mind. Like, I think this is a 75% that this is a bluff, but nonetheless, I don't have the chips or the wherewithal to be able to find that out the hard way. So I'm gonna let this go, move on to the next hand. These chips are better off in my hands than they are in his. So
Absolutely.
that's
And now we're gonna see for some of these short stacks now. Patrick, I think missed an open there with the 9-6 suited, but also he's stacking chips.
Yeah.
So I don't hate it completely too to occasionally take a hand off as the chip lead.
Yeah.
Keep them guessing. Like if you just go at it, people are gonna feel way more inclined behind, and you do have some shove stacks behind. to start, picking up some free chips. So there's definitely a delicate balance to be played as a chip leader, and the best of them, they're able to figure out, are people jamming light behind me? Are they going to find these spots, or are they going to be more face up, and I can play more hands, like we saw with your boy Nick Funaro on that last final table in the 800. So
here we see Phil in the small blind. Just go ahead and make the call with the 7-4. Anthony's going to check behind with the Jack-8 offsuit. Not the most premium hands in the world here, but, you got to take your spots where you can when the chip leaders are not in the pot. So Anthony's going to hit a Jack on this flop. Phil.
I think off of 10 big blinds here, I would have liked to see more connectivity. But if Anthony's not going to be putting enough pressure on, but we did see him raise with Jack-8 suited last time. Obviously, Phil doesn't know that. I think there's an argument for folding here, but he is the shortest stack.
And, although Phil may have stepped in it here, as we say, hey, credit where credit's due. I like the courage to go for it with the 7-4, but
I do think once you have it, you do probably go for a C-bet.
Yeah.
And this 6 is a really tough card for Phil to represent. Anthony just has a 6 way more often as a caller, so I think that this is a wise shutdown here as opposed to some other cards that could have come.
I agree.
So I like this out of Phil to give up here. I think we're going to see him leaving the hand.
Tried to play it like it
Nice
was a
pickup
trap,
for
didn't
Anthony
work.
there. Again, like you said, that's basically picking up a
let you
2
get
big
there,
blind
you were there the
pot,
whole
but
time, buddy.
every single
let me get
chip
there,
means
like if he
something
raised, I
at these
fold.
final tables,
Fold,
especially with
pre-flop.
how top heavy the structure
almost
is
just
right
folded
now.
pre-flop myself.
Every single chip, they're just so precious. You have to find your spots.
Yeah, and if we thought that, Patrick maybe didn't want to chop before, now with these stacks,
Yeah.
he should be feeling a lot better about his chances of going after that 283,000.
Yeah. I love that top shot so much. Patrick has so many chips.
I know.
I'm anti color up. I like the Giganto chip stacks. I'm a fan.
Yeah, not to self-plug myself, but if anybody follows me on Twitter, in the Mystery Million, I had a stack that big, and let me and let me tell you, it feels so good. Like you can't even find a spot to peel your chips. I'm like grateful that I had that opportunity to have a stack that big, and now we see him have that as well.
Yeah. So we're gonna see Eddie. Action pick up in. Oh, okay. So we got Eddie picking up in the cutoff. He's going to do a non-all-in sizing, leave about 3 big blinds behind or 2 big blinds behind, and Carlos is gonna send it in the middle here, and Ace King versus Ace King.
Good luck.
And it looks like Carlos just calls here. Didn't realize
interesting.
that Eddie left some behind.
Okay.
So we still should see the chips going
Right.
almost in any situation
Yeah.
possible. But they do have the same hand. It would be wicked if something happened, but I don't.
Yeah.
I don't think that that's going to be the case.
No worries.
36. Just check it down.
Just check it down.
It's a good ask from
Right.
Eddie, not knowing that he's against the same hand. But in the chances that the clubs come out,
Yeah.
Yeah,
They only share one suit here, so we got clubs live for Carlos and spades live for Eddie.
and hearts for Eddie too.
Yeah. Deuce 9-4. We got some
Sure was.
clubs working for Carlos.
I could talk to Eddie in real time. No, I'm just kidding. I'd be like, "There's 2 clubs."
And there's the last of it. They're going to both see Ace King, but never easy.
Let's get a sweat.
Let's go to the club.
Run out. Club's working.
Go
We
to the
could be
club.
clear chop on the turn. here.
I'm a man that loves to sweat, Jeremy.
Yeah.
So I gotta root for a club on the turn. Not kidding.
But next
No.
time, think about
Pulling
it.
back, boys. Wow, they're all in the middle. So
Chop it up.
Check first.
the stacks even just being out in front because there wasn't the all-in pre-flop.
Yeah.
Now they're all in the
What is your
pot
ace
with that
win?
many
You need-
chips. Gonna take the dealer a second to work this out. So now we have 83,000 going to the 5th place player. They're playing 20K payment. Just
Right now, put that
an
in my
insane
market.
spot for a $500.
$500 tournament, man. Yeah.
And Jeremy, how about the job that the Borgata has been putting on? Their first real huge comeback series
Yep.
since COVID.
Big shout out to Kelly and the team at Borgata. They are doing an absolutely awesome job from the live stream to marketing, everything. Honestly, it has just been fantastic getting to be here. I talked about it a ton on the last live stream that I commentated. It's so great having a big tournament series back on the East Coast, man.
The table's
I
too big.
got to mention it again. I'm just, including yourself. There's just so many good players that come from this area, and I love that we're getting to showcase them here on the Borgata live stream, powered by
I'm
BetMGM.
excited for someone.
Yeah, and we
to tell
have
you
we
that
have
I
8
pocket
local
fours
guys
friends
here
again.
on this final table.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for
From
somebody to tell you that I
the
had
greater
pocket
tri-state
Good
area.
for you, my friend. This is
I
something that
love,
can do.
for poker to see all around Borgata, you see ads for BetMGM Poker with the deposit bonus. That's great for the game.
Yes.
And you can sign up online now through BetMGM. That's great for online poker. It's great for the players' convenience. So don't forget that that's an option for some of the upcoming events. I believe the Saturday event coming up this weekend, you can register online.
Yes.
You just go upstairs. It's really easy to do if you're looking to come out. Same with the Mystery Bounty and the main event as well. So
Absolutely. And I would be remiss not to mention my partners over at poker.org. Guys, for all of the coverage of this and all of the other major events going on here at the Borgata Winter Open, make your way over to instant.poker.org and look at the coverage. You can get your seat draws, chip counts, everything across the board. They're covering it all over at instant.poker.org. Kudos to those guys. I'll be working with them the second half of the series here. I could not be more excited. They got a great team here. So
I didn't think it was a bluff. I thought
there
you
we
were
saw
just trying to
Carlos
be a
with the
freak.
Queen 8
Yeah,
offsuit, being second in chips, kind of tied with Anthony. There's just so much pressure in the chip leader. I think that's a really wise laydown. And definitely shout out to Poker Oregon.
Anthony, thanks.
It's all coming in.
It's all coming
Enjoy
in.
their video coverage. Some of the crazy stories from this tournament. The guy spitting in the dealer's face
Oh my
was
gosh, man.
an East Coast classic. Ends up getting taken out in a stretcher. So you get to see some fun
That's not
stories
in yet.
develop, and ones that are more positive for poker too, and not just guys getting a little bit too toasted. Unfortunately.
Poker's alive and well over here on the East Coast, my guy. Yeah, it's been a fun one so far. That is for sure.
And here we see the 7-5 suited for Carlos. These suited connectors, generally this is like a slam dunk open. They become a little bit worse the shorter that you get, and with ICM, with the chip leader and the small
And
blind,
I
I think it's
I
another
potentially
good
could.
laydown.
But if I can't,
King
then
5 offsuit's really
You know what I'm
interesting for
saying?
Jeremy, for Patrick. You
this
come in
one I
for,
can't. So
I think a small raise is good. I think a jam's not out of the question though.
Yeah.
For like 12 big blinds. You
Just
start-
max pressure.
Yeah, you start doing a lot of jamming. I think that this is probably slightly better though. If he had like more close to 10 big blinds, I would like to see it a lot more with the King 5. So I think that he chose a good option.
Yeah, with the stacks the way they are, second place is sitting right around 20 big blinds. I would not be surprised at all to see Patrick just open shoving the button at a pretty high frequency here. But obviously, blind versus blind, we're going to see an open and a pretty standard
gotta
call
beat
from
you.
Eddie. What do you think?
eventually,
Do
you got to beat somebody.
you like jamming there in the big
For
blind?
a lot of your pairs, like around the 15 big blind mark, are jamming.
Yeah.
But some of your smaller pairs might start to call when you consider the fact that I believe it's Philip. I could be wrong on the name. Next to him with 8 big blinds, and you have 13. Then maybe you start to call there. And
Yeah.
That'll
we
do it.
see he actually opts for
wow.
a stop and go here, which
Look at this.
quite nice. You see the c-bet. You want to realize your equity. You have a gut shot.
Rocky 4.
There, let's go, Eddie.
four.
I like it, man. Get after it, dude. He said, I'm not afraid of this chip leader. I'm going for the win.
Now we see Phil is on the island that Casey was previously down at the bottom, and then 320 big blind stacks.
Yep.
Should be
No,
interesting
seriously, I would never bluff you, just so
seeing
you know.
Patrick's button spot here. If it, in fact, folds
No,
to
I'd
him.
never bluff.
There's definitely going to be a lot
neither
of
any of you
jamming
guys,
in
honestly.
his
I like you guys.
potential range
Yeah,
here.
this is-
So
I
we'll
was
see
check
how
fold, but I don't have
he
it.
handles it and how we do here.
Yeah.
King 6 offsuit gonna be should
Money
be a
comes in
fold here, I would
abundance.
think.
Money
It
comes
would
in
look strong from
abundance.
under the
Money
gun, but
comes in
just not the
abundance.
right hand.
Right.
9-7 offsuit.
You say it 3 times, does it appear in front
I
of you?
think that I personally like a min raise, but I don't think like with the 8 big
Watch
blind
this.
stack in the
Voila.
big blind,
All
it
in, I
makes
got
the
aces.
20 big blind stack have to fold. He does opt for a fold. It's not, it's standardly 9-7 offsuit, not an open from the button, but it is one of those hands that could work its way in when you do have a massive chip lead like this. Now for Eddie, 10-3 offsuit. This might be one of the only hands that you fold here.
Yeah, right.
To a 7 to 7 big blind.
Ace deuce off. Ace deuce off. Fake aces. Add that a bunch.
Bill
of
making a
still
couple
in it, it's
jokes
the
there.
worst.
Got an ace in
They
the
call it
big
the
blind, just
transaction
hoping
Yeah.
hoping
Why
maybe
is
Eddie
that?
gets out of line with the
Think about it.
10-3,
I'm
but
not entering that territory.
I have
not
no
the
idea.
time or the place.
Bubbles
So
looks like
Eddie's
an
gonna find the
Looks like,
bin.
looks like aces,
Phil's gonna
right?
get a
Ace
walk.
four.
It's a good joke too, because I don't know how thrilled
Looks
you
like
are
something
even to
that's
be
not.
against 2 cards with
Okay.
the ace 4 offsuit.
Yeah.
You know, like
Oh,
unless if he
yeah.
has like ace deuce
Come
or
on,
something.
Carlos,
I
let's
mean,
go.
2 live
Yeah.
cards is still 2 live cards.
on a final table, you're not thrilled, and Chippy
Never.
V maybe.
Money
You know,
comes
like
in
ace king, you're
abundance.
not even
Money
that thrilled
comes in
Right,
sometimes.
right.
Like you're usually flipping.
Yeah.
Not like you have a pair where he jams and you got like 70% or something against lower
Is this
cards.
gonna be like saved? We could watch it after. Yeah.
Of course. You can watch it 5 years from now. Show your grandkids.
That'd be great.
Jeremy, I hope that the grandkids enjoy your commentating.
I think they will, Jeff. I think they're going to enjoy both of our commentating.
6.5.
Isn't that the dream?
It truly is, man. Having the grandkids watch the live stream where you crush some players, won a cool 283,000. Yeah, that'd be pretty sweet to show to the grandkids.
Patrick comes with the a
long as
little bit more than min
long as
raise
it
here.
reads.
Anthony with the decision here with pocket sixes. There's definitely arguments for jamming, but you're third in chips. It's one of those spots that how out of line is Patrick getting?
Yeah.
Is he in open almost any 2 mode? I mean, we've seen that he's not quite there, so I think that, maybe call might be better. But I don't blame him if he jams. It's definitely a hand that could.
Okay. He's going to go call.
I like that.
Yep.
In some situations, jam is going to probably be better with your pairs. They just are so difficult to play in ICM spots. You just have to fold a lot of boards.
Ooh. 6-8-8. Anthony flopping the full house. And Patrick has to think this is a fairly innocuous board to not be really afraid of putting in that C bet like he is right now. And that puts a real decision on Anthony. Do I want to raise here? Do I want to, feign weakness? Do I want to just call and, kind of leave the rope out for Patrick, do some more bluffing? Very, very interesting spot here. Do you find a raise here, or do you just kind of let him?
It's interesting that normally with your full houses, with your boats, like you do find a lot of calls, but from the big blind, a paired 8 board, sometimes you do find raises. But I actually think that this is like your good trapping hand. I like this, even though now you're not as thrilled. This is like the one card, right?
Brutal.
Or one of the 2 cards, one of the 2 8s that you don't want to see. But we go check here, and he will in fact be the winner if he can not get bluffed off of his socks here. But I mean, 10x is very present in Patrick's range. 10,
Absolutely.
10-9. There's a lot of stuff that he should be c-betting a lot, but there's a lot of 10x. So you're a little bit cautious. I would probably lean either block bet, but then you could put yourself in a spot where your opponent bluffs more. And we just go check. I would have went check call probably.
Yeah.
I think that's good. So I like how Anthony played it.
Terrible turn for you. I was just gonna
Anthony
check
echoing
call.
the same
Oh,
sentiment as
wow.
us that 8 on the turn, probably one of, if not the last card you want to see out of the deck there. But check on the river. I think that's perfectly fine. Again, a lot of chips and probably not a ton of hands worse than yours that you're going to get value from. Maybe small pocket pairs or, an ace high like he had. But, when the big blind leads out on that river, it just looks so incredibly strong that it's not a fun place to even call with ace high.
Yeah, he wins the pot.
I'm sure that you do have an occasional amount of leads there, like your 7-5, you might want to bluff
most of the time
there.
it will be.
Some other hands,
What is it at?
but
1.5?
I definitely like the way that he played that hand.
What'd you say?
Absolutely.
I don't think I've showed down a bluff one time since day
6-2
one.
is gonna be
like I just haven't
Should be
really
folding,
been
and,
bluffing much.
we do see.
I just like ran pretty well, I guess.
Unless if you think that the guys behind are just way over folding to you. But
Sure.
people can wake up with it too, like we just see here. But right as I was saying, and now aces is an interesting spot here. You're 20 big blinds effective with Carlos. Do you try to incentivize
7.5?
him,
Raise 7.5.
to jam over a limp or something of that sort, or do you come with the pressure like you will with a lot of hands? That's what he decides to do.
Carlos has suited cards in the big blind, but just not quite good enough.
Good
Yeah,
fold.
I think that just depends on how you feel Anthony's playing there.
Ace.
Or yeah, how you think Anthony's playing there. Is he going to be raising because he has a slightly bigger stack than me? He's trying to,
Most honest poker
spread the
player I know.
gap with a lot of bluffs or
was
things of that
some nice
nature. And
kings
Carlos
and
decides.
queens.
Yeah, I'm just getting the jack
Might not
suit.
be. Who knows?
three
Yeah, I mean, we
years.
don't know what these guys' dynamics are, if they ever played blind
part I
versus
want,
blind
you know,
together,
Right.
what they think
Jack
about
would
each
be
other.
Aces. That should have been GG.
Same
You're
thing I
right.
mentioned earlier. He
Yeah, so you're
I would've
free
loved
rolling
it.
there's
basically.
going to be plenty of
Yeah,
spots
yeah,
where
free
it may
rolling.
just come down
Bro,
to
how many bad beats
these
you got
chips
this
are going to
on?
be more important in
You.
my hands over these next few
That was my
weeks
only
than they
one.
are in yours. So I'm going to let
Only
you
one.
have this one,
And,
but
another-
don't
another
think that
one.
I'm going to let
entitled
you have
to get
all
one
of them.
bad
You know?
Absolutely,
course.
and also to note, Phil
You
still
cannot
has
be
that
stunning
8
if you
big
don't
blind
do it.
stack.
I almost
That
did.
plays into it as Carlos. You do not want to play with the
Play it
too
a while.
much.
You
You
got
know,
it
you
at
do a
the-
little bit,
Gotta
but
watch.
not
You got it
an
at the-
overly amount with a guy that
over
covers
board,
you.
yes.
And there's an 8 big blind
Yeah,
stack.
absolutely.
You want to see him go, and 4-3 is just just not as good as it would be earlier in a tournament. Suited.
Absolutely.
Suited.
Nice little,
I think
washy with
that's
some
Hey,
soap.
see how that
so
was
close
done?
suit
Now,
when you're
next
suited.
hand, it's
but if
okay.
you're going to get
Anything can
raised,
fold.
definitely fold.
Patrick going to get the walk in the big blind here.
walks are.
As we look at the chips here, Patrick's still sitting in the lead,
So I
58
just want you
big
to like
blinds
me and just
effective,
give me a walk.
all the way down to Phil
not asking.
in fifth place with just
I'll
8
oblige
big
if you
blinds.
time. You know what I'm saying?
Guys are going to have to be putting some chips in the middle here sooner than later. I expect to see
Really terrible.
some cards on their back in
Well,
the
you
next
see what
quarter
the
or
last hand
two
you
here.
went from it, so I'm gonna see.
Yeah, I wonder
isn't terrible and
how
what is.
much
That
longer
limp
we
in?
have until the
You
blinds go up here. But we
Last
see Phil with ace 10
Yeah, you jammed
here,
us.
under the gun, 8 big blinds. It's a tricky spot. See what he comes with here. I don't hate this is one of those hands that we saw when Casey had queens there off of 8 big blinds. You're gonna have a min raise range here. I don't think that this is an awful hand
15 million?
to happen there. But he comes with the 5 big blind shove. I don't think that this is terrible as the short stack. I think it's probably good.
So he's going to commit himself here, and now Anthony has a pretty rough decision too. But I mean, how does Ace King, or excuse me, King Queen play here? You have the chip leader behind you, plus 2 other
You know what you have
stacks. I mean,
behind
is this a spot where
I mean,
this
it's
just finds the
stubborn
bin?
shit.
You find a
Son.
call with?
Yeah, I think 8 big blinds might be too much here with
Yeah.
King Queen, especially. If he was in the big blind, I think that you just put it right in.
Right.
But from the cutoff, people wake up behind. If you just flat. But I do like that Phil went with the 5 big blind size.
Yeah.
Which is something to not commit yourself. If Anthony somehow jams here and somebody flats, like Phil has a very easy fold. Still sucks, but.
Yeah.
Cool.
See what he comes with. It's not a fun spot. Yeah, I don't blame him for the call. It's got to be close, in my opinion.
It's just such good cards. I mean, it's King Queen just always feels live
I
in
think
spots like this. Oh my gosh.
Ace 4 suited
And 9s. And this is
I think I think that this is close, but probably a fold. Eddie's got to think, do I have fold equity? If I rejam this, is he trapping aces? Is Anthony, could he have kings, aces,
Right.
queens, like something that dominates me? Or do I have fold equity? Is he only flatting his weak hand? I think that this is a good fold.
9s just find the bin, man. Oh my
Nines
gosh.
just don't want to go to a 3-way battle, but we would have seen Eddie.
Money
Had
comes in
Anthony
abundance.
folded, Eddie would
Money
have
comes in
definitely been
abundance.
going with
Money
it.
comes in
And
abundance.
either way, though, we're off to the races.
And if we see a 9 high board or something like that here, or a 5 high board, and Phil just decides to send it in,
Yeah.
yeah, and he does. And he does. He just insta sends it in, And Anthony is now just in such a brutal spot. He has the opportunity to knock out somebody, make a 20K pay ladder, but he's sitting
got the
with
good old
king
finisher
high on a
cards?
5-high board. It just doesn't feel good. You don't even have any of your backdoor draws. Yeah, man, this is a rough spot. Do you find a call here ever off
You're
63,
ahead.
63 million?
What'd he say?
I mean,
You're ahead.
Yeah, I think that
How
you
many
have to
sides?
call.
have to,
and you
right?
have to
But it's
call,
not
I think
fun.
any two cards.
Yeah,
but yeah,
he
this
does.
is like not a flop that you don't even have backdoor clubs.
Right.
But yeah, I think that you do have to call any.
got nines?
But you definitely feel a lot better when the cards get face up.
Damn,
I
I should
mean,
have folded and let you fold.
And also the 5
Yeah,
big
you-
blind open
Fortune,
under the
Chris.
gun.
five
Some
bigs,
players
I don't
find
know.
it to be stronger than normal. We see 6 of diamonds on the turn, but it can generate some fold equity too.
Big game, guys.
king on the river.
Big game, man.
Anthony is just going to
Yeah, if you
bring
got
it
it away, I mean.
home. GG's, Phil. Good run, my man. You got it in
I
good.
just don't know what the spot is if I rip there.
Unfortunately, that
Might-
king on the river is just going to be brutal for you, my man. But still taking home an $83,000 payday for your efforts, my friend. Good
Yeah,
work,
that's what I
sir.
was
Good
thinking
work.
because it's like
Anthony-
his range has to be
Yes,
kind of wide,
yeah.
there, like wider than normal
Right,
because
right. And he just wakes up with ace 10.
yeah. And I'm
I
big
jam,
man.
you call?
So if
I
I
jam, you
how
call?
much do you have?
Yeah,
Like
and
30?
also something to note too
30
with the
plus?
big blind ante.
I can't.
calls.
I can't
This kind of comes
I
into
can't
play
fold
again.
then.
Instead of putting in
50,000,
one big
fucking
blind
hell.
in the big blind when you're
Sucks,
under the
but
gun,
yeah.
you're now putting in 2 big blinds. And this is something I've talked with,
For
with
another
a few
15,
players.
yeah, I'm
it
getting,
comes
like, a
way
really good
more
price.
into effect when you're between that 8 and 10 big blind range.
but he
When you
was
still do have some
practically all
fold
in.
equity, you're going to be
No, that was-
jamming
that was-
wider
that was a
Yeah.
rough
with the big blind, despite the fact that it's there's even more in the middle than normal, like we talked about earlier. Now as well, you're going to be putting in 2 big blinds
million?
instead of 1 big blind in your big blind as well. So I think that the ace 10 there is just unfortunate there.
Yeah.
Good play by Phil and good game for $83,000.
Now we're going to see Patrick opening up the button with the Jack 10 suited as he should be. Anthony waking up in the big blind with a very pretty hand, the ace 7. Now, this is the largest stack at the table versus the second largest stack at the table. So, don't want to be getting too out of line. Maybe we can find some, min 3 bets, not min 3 bets, but 3 bets out of that spot. But probably don't want to be messing around with it too much. Oh, and what a flop!
5 million?
Ace Jack 10. Patrick opening from the button, hitting bottom 2 pair. Anthony drilling top pair, and he has seen, Patrick opening a lot of hands. This is not a fun spot. You feel really great four-handed hitting an ace on that flop, but
Yes,
this-
yeah, a little bit cautious going forward, but yeah,
Yeah.
obviously on the flop here, like he's c-betting. He should be c-betting range. Patrick, so your ace 7 feels great.
Yep. See check bet call. Anthony going to come with a check on the 6 of spades turn
10
here.
million.
Patrick just has to be putting more chips in the middle. Yep, foot on the gas.
Yeah, even knowing that if Anthony had like some 2 pair here, he might even be raising too on the flop. Like it's not a board that you raise a lot, but some players will come in with a raise. So you got to be feeling really good again about your Jack 10 being good. King Queen only real concern.
Call.
And I don't think that 3 bets pre-flop is worth noting. Button versus big blind in the stack distribution, so it is still present in his range as Anthony. So the 2 biggest stacks here clashing, music to Eddie's ears and Carlos.
And
Red
Anthony
card for
gets
me.
there. Yep.
Check, and a wise check by Patrick on the river there.
Patrick immediately says, "Bad card for me." Yeah, that is a big pot. 23 million getting pushed over to Anthony, and just like that, man, he is right up there. 44 big blinds versus 50 big blinds for Patrick, and really that.
I do the best I can.
That's where Anthony wants to be at. He just wants to widen that gap between him and those 2 shorter stacks, and we now have a sub 20 big blind stack in
River for me.
That was
the
so
bottom
bad.
there. So
I
this
can't
is very,
believe I
very
just got
interesting.
there like
Yeah,
that.
2 groups of players. We
good?
got the 2
No, I mean,
haves
I'm
and the 2
not
have-nots now.
apologizing or
The 44 and 50 big blind stack and the 2 close to 20 big blind stacks. And these players, I mean, for $500, they have $102,000 locked up.
Let's go.
What is that? 200
No,
blinds? I don't even
he put the first
I
one.
Yeah.
can't even do the math. Can't even
So
do the
he's
math
not
right now,
wrong.
but it's
That's a call away.
insane. Yeah, 200
more than
buy-ins
enough
is
chips.
No, he put
pretty
one stack
nice,
first, and
pretty
then he
nice,
grabbed the
and
other one.
still more
He
to
thought it
come.
was big.
Hopefully,
Yeah, what-
Yeah, I thought I
uh,
was
out
in the
there?
big
for
blind.
someone,
Up to you
283K
guys.
I
up
don't
there.
care.
So what?
I know we
that
keep
makes it-
singing
that
his
makes it
praises,
gonna
man,
take it
but
back. I
you
don't
know,
know what the
I
fuck
I
happened.
travel a lot
Let me get a call.
following tournament poker for my job, and man, you just don't see a lot of
thought it was a big
$500
blind.
tournaments with 280K for first place, man. At
No.
the
I
at
put
the
out the three,
WSOP
and then I
here
put
and
another
there,
three out.
but yeah, man, to
I'm
have
fine with
have this
keeping
on
the
the East
three in.
Coast, so close to
Three.
home for both of us, to get to see this on live stream,
Oops.
it's just really cool, man. I'm just so happy poker's back on the East Coast, man. You know, they used to run these huge Borgata series basically quarterly, and to see this back is so awesome.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to shout out Borgata for streaming this and BetMGM for streaming this. I mean, it is really good, valuable experience for the players that are playing these type of buy-ins to see how players are reacting at final tables. What hands they're playing, where are they folding maybe too tight? How are players of this buy-in range? And these are like, and this is not a slam to these guys, but these are the guys that you're going to be seeing around, players like this. Players with maybe a little bit less experience playing these buy-ins, trying to run up a bankroll so that you can see them in the higher buy-ins. So these are the guys that you're going to be seeing in your daily tournaments, in you know, some of your $500 to $1,000 buy-in tournaments often. So
Yeah.
it's great. It's a great experience to see how they play. We see here pocket fours for Carlos, and I believe it says Patrick just limped with the 9 deuce. Not 100% sure about that from the cutoff. But yeah, with the 9 deuce, maybe with plans of applying pressure later on.
Guys, I'm checking out the chat here too. I see a few people saying that they want to hear a little bit more of the table talk. We will try and make sure that we allow a little bit more of that to come through. Want to make the best viewing experience for you guys out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now I'm back.
There we see the payouts for the almighty million.
Of course, they quiet down as soon as
Yeah,
as soon as
I'm
they
like,
got-
all right, guys, go ahead, talk. You got it. The floor is yours.
You know how much you have?
But yeah,
But pressure's up though too, man.
yeah, the
Pre-
mics
I
are just
think I
slightly
probably
quiet, a
have
little
you
bit
covered.
hard
I do,
for
I
us
was
to
just
hear.
curious.
Is
Yeah,
that me or
I'll
him?
count it in I'll count it in a minute. Before that hand, I had like 170 or something like that.
Okay.
So that was a pretty big hand.
Oh, you have me way covered.
You got more yellows than me now.
And we see pocket deuces here for Eddie.
6.5.
Four-handed. Is there a pair you're not opening under the gun from this stack depth?
Honestly, I think that like fours through deuces here. I
I got
think
140, not counting the greens.
probably folding.
You know what you got?
And I don't think that you're like open jamming off of
127.
this stack ever.
Right.
Okay, so
But I
plus
think
my
that I'd like
greens.
to see like 5s plus deuces, just a little bit too weak.
How much did you
Yeah,
make?
in a
6.5.
quite a few, you know, like 20 big blind charts that I've seen, 4 to 5 handed. I think I see deuces and fours folding quite a bit from under the gun. So
Yeah, this is
There's a lot
yeah,
of swords
yeah,
because I was counting my stack.
four-handed.
I wasn't.
I was gonna
like
run
we
to the
said,
bathroom
the big
if I
blind
knew the
hands
hand was
here.
going to a flop.
Yeah, I will call.
Oh wait, no, I'm big blind now? No, I'm not big blind.
I think is that 6 bets?
Do we need to turn
Yeah,
this off?
Patrick
before I
waking up
go?
in the
they're
big
three,
blind
they're
with
fine,
a
Two chips.
excellent hand in the ace-5 suited. Gonna make the call here.
And a hand that we can potentially jam to
Yeah.
put pressure on a cutoff player. Just depends on what you think his perceived ranges too.
8-5-4 monotone with
Wanna do the
clubs.
opposite
Patrick gonna find a check.
Guess they weren't
He
suited.
might go with a small sizing here. Could be a 10 to 20% pot play, but we will see. Check back.
And this is part of why with deuces, you just never
Right.
like a flop that doesn't have a deuce.
Yep.
And generally, you want to be set mining when you have a larger stack. On final tables, especially, we see some of our pocket pairs folding a whole lot more than they normally do.
I think this is just gonna go check, check. Ace-5's gonna. Oh, what do I know? Let's go, Eddie.
I think now this is your only path to victory here. You basically have stone nothing.
6.7 million. I mean, 650, 6.5.
Patrick with no club, paired board. Can he find a call with just the pair of fives?
Yeah, and this is one of those spots that people either bluff and sometimes over bluff, or they never bluff. And as Eddie, I like the
Makes
sizing.
the call.
got
Let's
fives.
go,
Wow.
Patrick. He's coming to win, man.
What a
Says no
great-
club. I got a 5. Deuces hit the muck. Touche, my friend. Touche.
So great call by Patrick there. Usually only with the club there, but if you think he's bluffing it too much,
Yeah.
you never know. But it just really depends on the player with those types of boards, I feel like.
And he's got the chips too, right?
Oh,
like
yeah.
I can make, I can make this call and try and, again, put you in a bad position. You have less chips now. I have more chips. Let's do this.
Yeah. I mean, Eddie being on your left, like, you don't love giving him some chips if you're wrong, too, but just depends. Here we see Jack-9 offsuit on the button for Carlos here. This is one of those hands that's kind of fringy off of 18 big blinds. You're in third in chips. It's really close whether you go for it or not. Depends how you think they're going to react to an open here. I don't hate it. It's probably very
We'll
close.
see if I can get you that walk, huh?
It's getting tight, man. I've talked about this a couple times
It's
here.
qualifier.
Regarding
Yeah.
the final people that are at this table, we're talking about
That beats you.
That beats me.
That beats you.
Nice hand. You had 10-5? King 10-5.
Oh, exactly.
Offsuit
king
10-5.
between the guys, but
That would have been crazy. He's been asking me for a walk, so I have to oblige
Yeah.
at some point.
Oh,
You
yeah.
did it after you beat me with the ace-5.
That's a pretty good hand to call with 2 big blinds, ace-5 suited, and hit a pair. I mean, I honestly thought you had like a bigger ace.
No club? You didn't give me a club?
Nah, not when you didn't bet the flop or turn.
I'd just be waiting for the club. No worrying about
Probably
the club
would've-
not coming out.
Probably would have bet
You never
more.
know what's too
on the
much
river.
information to be giving away
Yeah.
in such a big spot.
and Patrick, yeah, giving some analysis of his reasoning for calling down with the ace-5 there, saying, hey, when you don't bet flop or turn, with a monotone board, I can't put you on a club. And hey, I think that's fairly sound logic given the time. And there's a guy with $6,000 on his Hendon mob, and he's thinking through spots like that. Good on
Yeah.
you, sir. Good on you.
Yeah, especially from
were getting
cutoff. I mean, he's
snapped.
going to have a lot of
Yeah?
stronger clubs, not really weaker
It's good,
clubs
but
that are
not
gonna be
snapped.
more
Nice hand. Nice looking hand.
I like that hand.
How you doing, Chris?
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, crushed.
Stack distribution.
Oh,
Two shorter stacks. So.
what are we at? 1-5. Oh, fuck.
I'm big.
You're big.
So definitely interesting having the 2 short stacks be across from each other and the 2 big stacks be across from each other in this 4-handed, 4-corner showdown. Gonna be interesting to see how this plays out.
4-handed, 4-corner showdown.
That's how they're
I like
sitting.
it.
That's how they're
Yeah,
sitting.
yeah, I like it.
if a poker table had 4 corners, I think it's like somewhat like this.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I can't think of better seats for that.
Right.
So Patrick coming with just the call. As the chip leader, generally you don't want to have a just call range because you want to be raising it and applying some pressure to the other stacks. So just calling here, you're giving them the ability to see a free flop. It's going to be generally trickier to play. You're keeping the pot size small when you're incentivized to have there be bigger pots, really.
And I agree with everything you said. Is there any argument to be made for limping a hand like this, some offsuit Broadway up front, and then also having some really strong hands in your limping range? Or just in general, you just really want to be putting your foot on the gas?
Yeah, I mean, the argument would be that you do have 10 big blind stack behind you that's going to be
11
jamming.
million?
And when you do open a hand such as this, a hand such as Queen 10, you do have to fold to the jam from either player behind. Now we're opening the door for Anthony here. He could have flatted for a cheap price, but I don't mind.
Nice hand.
This hand, King 10 suited, just so good. Play deep stack.
Maybe next time will be the limping is pimping.
And see how he reacts to to the raise. If he comes back with a raise, you're probably thinking, oh wow, this is really strong.
Really strong.
But yeah, it's hard to balance a calling range. It really is. A just call range, as a chip leader especially.
And the other thing too is it's really, what I was speaking to of having that kind of, limp some medium strength hand and limp some really strong hands. When you're limping those really strong hands and then someone raises behind you, every time you
Would've been a
decide to
fun
put in the
hand, you
re-raise
said?
after that,
Fun
it just
game.
looks so incredibly
was able to
strong.
do
So
the
like you
whole
said, it's very
around the
difficult to
box.
balance that and make that other raise with the medium strength hands too.
Yeah, you'd almost have to like throw like an ace-5 suited or
Right.
something like that as a bluff then.
Yeah.
Like a hand that you'd normally be raising, and then when they 3-bet, you're 4-betting. Now, if you're going to be calling your hands, you'd probably want to throw some of those hands in to come back with a re-raise bluff. If not,
7.5.
your hand might look too face up.
And Anthony getting spicy on the button here. He's going to come in with a raise with the 8-4 suited. Doesn't care that Patrick's in the big blind, but Carlos is going to wake up in the small blind with red sevens. Let's see where he goes with this.
So I think that if Anthony was just a clear chip leader and you're not sure, you would definitely be jamming this. Now, I think we see. Oh,
And yeah, Carlos ships it.
the mic's delayed a little bit there, but
Yep.
he does say all in. And obviously going to get this one through. I think it's well done. If you think that Anthony now, off of his new chips, and we see he's a 31%
Yeah.
VPIP here, maybe with his newfound chips, he's trying to open it up a little bit. Maybe get the sense that Patrick's not applying that much pressure to Anthony. Now you want to come in for an all-in and scoop the chips. I think it's well done. Really well
find.
done.
Yep,
I
good
would-
find,
I
my
would be
friend.
jamming that as well. Wow, so 30 hands have been played at this final table. We're down to 4 already. I'd imagine that we have the blinds going up very shortly here
600?
with 50-minute blind levels.
Really great spot to find the ace queen here too. You just open the button, have to fold to a jam, and then boom, just get a premium the very next hand. It's another great spot to open. Carlos definitely gonna find a fold there.
There's definitely an argument into a 10 big blind stack. We'll see what Eddie comes with here. With the offsuit ace, 10 big blinds against a bigger stack.
Sitting fourth in chips.
Sometimes it's a jam, sometimes it's a call, sometimes it's a fold.
Got my first 5-figure
Really
score.
depends. With the big blind Annie in
Oh,
there,
my
I
score.
don't blame him.
You guys brought me
Comes
half
with
of
a
it.
jam here.
We spoke earlier about these are the truly interesting spots where every option is available to you. This can be a call, this can be a jam, this can be a small raise potentially, which even looks extremely strong in this case. Yeah, these are truly interesting spots, and
Hold on.
that is a lot
How much you
of
have?
money on the
I had
line.
like
102,000 to 122.
And
And
does
he's gonna
come
find
with
the jam.
shove.
Like 20-ish?
Maybe a little 30, under 30.
Bad news for Eddie, as
Bad
Anthony
news.
is
I
going
call.
to be very happy to call this. But
Anthony's gonna snap
for
call. He's
Eddie.
not even gonna get it. He's not even gonna get
I
a
don't
count.
blame him at
Nope.
all. I think it's actually probably a good jam.
That
Go
would
to
be
the-
nice.
Good luck, guys.
You have fold equity off of your 10 big blinds.
Yeah.
Four-handed. Gonna need a 7.
Ooh, chop it up.
All right.
King,
We'll take a
eight,
king.
Chop it
eight,
up.
no help for the ace 7.
Make sure they're telling you to put a king up there.
Opportunities.
Oh,
8 ball.
7.
Queen on the river.
Oh, I said it too soon. I apologize, Eddie. I missed you.
GG's,
Good luck,
Eddie.
boys.
He's
Good
going to
hand,
bow
good hand.
out in 4th place, but as I've mentioned before, not a small payday. 6 figures, $102,000
See you
off a
around.
$500 buy-in.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Excellent play, my
always come
friend.
back.
Made a bunch of pay jumps, and he's going to walk out of here with a smile on his face. $100,000 richer. Let's go, my man.
Absolutely. And we saw him come with the bluff. It didn't work out with the
4
deuce.
million.
but
Isn't-
Oh, man,
I
that's
think it's
more
one of
than
the
the
hands
first.
that you have to do, and good games to Eddie. And now we're 3-handed.
Three-handed,
Good, how
it's
are you?
often talked about. This is where
say good
all of the money is made in
How are you?
tournament poker.
Good
man.
morning.
You have to get to the top of that board, man. That is where all of your EV is going to be derived for the whole year.
So the 3 guys that came in with the most chips to this
Cruiser
final
Blando?
table, are now in the
three.
final three.
Number 3.
What is your name?
Mackenzie.
Mackenzie.
Got like 180. How much you got?
I have no idea yet.
All right, no worries.
Carlos on the button off
You
of the
got
dominant
probably half
short
mini or
stack.
very
or
close.
he does come with the fold.
Nice
And
round.
more interesting dynamics coming into play here.
got
If
it
you
in good.
look, guys, Anthony and Patrick are almost dead even in chips after Anthony just picked up that pot. Yeah, there is going to be a lot of interesting play here.
Let's go 10 million.
Yeah, I mean,
Raise.
it really
There's no small
three-handed.
blind
It
in
starts to
the pot. Oh, I didn't
reverse, and
realize.
really now
Sorry.
Carlos is
No,
able to
sorry.
kind of apply some
Win.
pressure to Anthony and Patrick because they have even stacks. They're incentivized to try to maintain a chip lead or even more than that. So now Carlos, it does open up for him. There's no pressure on him as the short stack
Right.
to bust. With these two stacks being the same, they're not going to. They shouldn't try to battle too much. Like they're going to a little bit.
Of course.
But getting the 40 big blinds in the middle isn't going to be an easy task.
Patrick opening up the button here. Anthony defending his big blind with the queen 10 offsuit. And he's going to flop a queen on queen 7 jack. Assume he's going to check out of position here. And let's see if Anthony goes for a bet. No, it goes check, check. Okay.
Now we are able to hit a 9 here as well for a straight. We're feeling way better about our queen 10 even.
12 million.
12 million.
Does come check.
Yeah, and Anthony, I think, makes a great check there on the turn. Patrick going to fall right into it and
Call.
going to go ahead and bet 12 million. I don't think Anthony's going to go anywhere. He's going to snap call.
And now we got 12 big blinds in the middle, not
Yeah.
a small pot.
And what does Anthony do on a blank river here? Let's see where it goes. Oh, no, he just goes ahead and makes a straight. No big deal.
Wow. And you got to think like some of Patrick's bluffs here could have a 10 in them. Like he's probably thinking that like I do have a 10 a lot when I'm barreling
15
that
million?
turn, even some naked 10s or just like 9-10. But we see Anthony has it. It goes check check. Patrick wisely
That's it.
gives it up.
Oh, no, yeah, Anthony actually just reached for chips. That's
Oh,
all he
is that what
did.
happened?
Yeah,
I
he
didn't
just
see that.
reached for chips to like he was going to pull out, and then yeah, I mean the camera wasn't on him, but Patrick I believe just
Give a
snap folded.
camera.
So.
Got it. Didn't see that.
Yeah.
Didn't see that.
And I mean, what do you think? Do you think that's a spot where you should be leading out on
No,
when you
sorry,
make the
sorry.
straight there? I mean, you don't want cards. You don't want another pair to check back, right?
Yeah, it's just really
I'm in for
tough
2.
to be balanced there. Really tough. Like,
Right, that's true too.
Like you have to be able to find some bluffs there, in theory. Like, and if you're not, then you just and you always have it. Then even if
8 million?
Patrick somehow has a set or something of that nature, he might just be folding. He comes in with the min raise here off of the button. Queen 7, don't let go. I assume that we'll see a defend here from Carlos with the 9 suited off of like 13 big blinds. Not quite in that stop and go territory, but just a really strong hand here, especially without an immense amount of pressure on you. And not to mention, now the guy is second in chips too. You could put a dent in his stack and kind of even things up.
Chat showing a lot of love for Anthony. Albert and Hall saying, "Stop playing with my boy Ant." I love it, man. Let's. It's good to have some support in the chat there for your man Anthony.
2, 4, yeah, 6. One more. Heads up.
Always wonder too with a break coming up if these guys, there's a chop discussion in 50 minutes at the end of this level. You just never know. That's usually when it might start to happen on a live stream table. But that's far away now.
That is typically when it goes down. Take a break. People start chatting in the hallway. But just so you guys know, we will be playing to a winner regardless of chops. Someone is going to be taking home that Borgata trophy fair and square, regardless of chops.
But to our knowledge, there hasn't been one, and there
Yeah.
really hasn't been discussion since 13 players were left when quite a few players did agree. And here we see the monotone flop, king on the turn is a pretty good card
11
to
million?
rep as Patrick. Carlos is going to have some hands that you're giving free equity to if you don't barrel through. And, I mean, we see the hands. It should work here.
175.
There we have it.
All right.
Sometimes your ace X is going to
think you got me
some showdown value there.
Yeah.
And he could be
That's close.
trapping some flushes. But ultimately, that's what we see. And now Carlos down to 11 big blinds.
Yeah. Anthony and Patrick just further moving those large stacks away from Carlos there. But listen, man, I know we've said it multiple times, but dude, one double and you're up to 22 big blinds in a very playable stack, three-handed.
See, chat probably thinks that we're lying because the short stacks just haven't been winning the flips, haven't been doubling up
Yeah.
here, haven't even been winning when they're ahead. But trust me, if you win that flip, you're right back in it. That's all it takes. Just this specific final table hasn't necessarily played out that way. And honestly, Carlos just hasn't been getting the card distribution.
Yeah.
We'd seen earlier he's one of the tighter players at the table, but honestly, he hasn't had a lot of, as Ali Majad would say, a lot of kit to work with yet. So, but he was able to work his way to get the 92 million chips when he entered this final table, which was significant. And even with being so card dead, he's able to get himself to third place.
Folding has made him money at this point, and
Yeah.
that is how ICM works a lot of the time. It doesn't feel fun in the moment. You want to
Yeah.
play poker, you want to battle, right? But man, you know, from an ICM perspective, folding really makes you money sometimes, and Carlos is
Jack
showing
six
that right
suited this is a really tough hand to play off of 11 big blinds.
Yeah.
I don't mind a fold, but
now. Yeah, sometimes that goes in.
yeah, I think that sometimes maybe you like min raise and
Yeah.
then you got to fold to a jam and then you're really down and in the big
walk?
blind next hand. Like
I don't care, man.
it's got to be marginal there. But like we said, he doesn't really
I'm
have
trying to just
that
play
much
this shit
pressure
out
on
and
him.
go home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when somebody has 11
back
big
to my
blinds and they
job.
open,
Yep.
players are gonna find
You too,
some
right?
jams.
Yep. I have to be back by like my girl has work
Yeah,
at 8 in the
player
morning,
positions here.
and we were hoping she
Still
wouldn't
sitting
have
in
to
one
like
seat.
call out,
Anthony
but you
call.
know, worst case.
191
oh
million.
well. You got to go to Connecticut.
Yeah.
Carlos
we're like 4 hours
Matos.
away. Leaving tonight?
Current short
Yeah.
stack, and Patrick Sendowitz,
How
who
much do I
came
owe?
in as our chip leader, has
him? Okay.
not missed a beat, man. So far, wire to wire as chip leader,
Was it like,
regardless
what part
of
of
Anthony
Connecticut are you
moving
in?
in a little bit.
I'm right outside of Hartford.
That lead.
Oh, so that's pretty far. Yeah, it's like 4 hours at least.
Stack 4 suited here. I would think in the short stack it's debatable. Could be an open. And we see Carlos with an ace here in the big blind, three-handed. Anthony should have a lot of jams into a 10 big blind stack here. I wouldn't be surprised to see the 10-8 go. Wouldn't be surprised to see just a call though. It just depends. Like, did Carlos look at his cards? Do you see him see the ace? Like, you never know with these kinds of things with the camera angle. But
So many. We talked about this before the stream, Jeff. Just the amount of
10.5?
nuance in live poker. You know what you anticipate your opponent's going to do. How, yeah, like you said, how you see them look at their cards. You know how they adjust their chips, whatever it may be. Anthony's going to come in for a raise to 10.5 million.
yeah,
From the small blind.
actually quite like this. You're not sure how Carlos is going to react. Like, is he going to be jamming like an ace? Like he, like maybe would be optimal. It's really tough just to call off of 10 big blinds here with an offsuit ace. That's why when a chip leader opens here, blind versus blind, you would see a lot of jamming here, but you just don't know how your opponent's going to act. If they're just going to be calling a lot or over folding, it makes this a very attractive, cheap option as opposed to you go all in, they wake up with it. They're like, he's snap calling this, I would assume. If there is a jam. Oh, he does jam wisely. Good
Carlos
notice
goes
by
ahead and
Carlos.
sends it
I'm
in.
just gonna actually
Yeah,
have
and
a
like
hand
you were saying, I like the,
I'll have a
the
hand
10
one of
million
these
opens.
times.
You don't have
You
to
guys-
completely, you're
This team
getting the
are
job
not
done
catching
saying,
anything, so you guys are running good.
Did they
hey,
tell you
I'm
about the
willing to
floors
go
yet?
for it
Yeah, they
here.
told me already.
But unfortunately, you
have
don't
it?
just
You did?
actually have the
Yeah,
cards.
you did
And when
have it.
Carlos sends it in, hey, easy fold. Don't have to lose 30 million instead of 10 million.
Yeah.
I don't hate it.
Into 11 big blinds, you're going to be actually jamming a lot of your suited hands there as a chip leader. And some of your offsuit hands are going to come in for like a small, like 2.5x seems really good to me, like a good sizing from Anthony. So I definitely don't hate how he plays there. You're also feeling out your opponent. How much is he going to be jamming? Like you know, it costs him 10.5 million, but that's a lot of information potentially
8
in the
million?
future, especially the longer him and Carlos are having these confrontations. Carlos coming in with, or Anthony coming in with ace-5 offsuit from the button. As chip leader seems good. He's starting to somewhat pull away from Patrick here.
Yep.
The ace-deuce off of these stacks is close. It could be a little bit of a 3-bet. Flat is also an option, but I think, as we talked about earlier with the big blind ante present, short-handed, I think that you need to come in with at least something, whether call or raise here with an ace, especially versus a button. Yep.
He comes call. Jack 9, 10, all hearts. Anthony holding the ace of hearts here. Patrick gonna check and flow.
And there's just sometimes when you miss a flop so bad that the guy potentially c-bets here and you're just out of there.
Nothing we can do.
4.5.
Yeah, very interesting.
4.5.
We are going to see a c-bet.
Take it down.
Just so connected. Yeah.
Nice
Ace deuce out of there.
Shows,
Wisely.
should've
shows the
folded
ace of
straight.
hearts.
I had an ace too.
I guess if it was king of hearts, you'd be like, did you have the royal? Like, most people show the royal. Here we see dealer Mackenzie in the box. Only know that because I was watching day 4 of the WSOP main event from 2023 the other day, and she was the dealer dealing to Nick Rigby. I just remember so it's funny to see a WSOP dealer here
Yeah.
at Borgata, but she's an excellent dealer. I had her, so shout out to the dealers here at the Borgata as well.
Shout out to all of the dealers, not just here at Borgata, but the ones that they brought in from around the country to help with the large crowds that we've had here. Again, just can't say enough about how well Borgata's done with this series, and yeah, it's been fantastic
8
so
million.
far. Big prize pools, fun games, guys. If you're not down here already, you gotta get down here. I'm serious.
Even the dailies are crushing it.
Yeah.
And like we saw that the 560 today on a Thursday had like over 400 runners. I'm sure it hit 600 by the time things are said and done without looking. Just events are crushing it. That was a 150K guarantee, probably close to 300. Here we see the 10-9 offsuit here. And the Jack 9 hitting a top pair.
But Patrick
6
open-ended
million.
might see some opportunities here. He's going to go ahead and lead for 6 million out of the small blind right into the chip leader Anthony, who has hit top pair.
I do believe that we saw a min raise from the small blind. If the math adds up, I believe it does.
Yep.
So he is
1.6?
coming in with
Or
a
I made it
continuation
6
bet.
million.
12.6.
And I don't think it's terrible if there's a club that comes. You either decide, is my opponent flatting with a club, or am I? Oh, he comes in with a
Okay.
min raise. This is kind of
Had
a
a good hand, but
lower raise on monotone boards. We do
club.
come in with some smaller raise sizings. Even this deep, I think in ICM, I think it's.
no club and 10 high. God, can't call
And
it.
that's something you're going to see more often, raising with top pair, blind versus blind in a shorthanded scenario.
You have it?
You see a
had
lot
top pair.
more, for instance, in heads-up play, you see a lot more check raising, just top pair. Yeah, I like that raise from Anthony a lot.
Yeah, ranges are just way wider. If that needs to be said, ranges are just so much wider, and even in a raised pot, blind versus blind, ranges are going to be wider. You're going to need more bluffs. So you're going to need to also come in with your value as well.
I
For the raise.
I don't know if we mentioned it yet, but blinds are up 2 million, 4 million, 4 million, big blind ante.
Patrick on the button here.
Ooh.
Ace 10, and we'll see. We see Anthony behind
10
with an
million?
offsuit ace. We'll see. It's either going to be raise or fold, I would assume. And I think either are good options depending on how you're feeling about how your opponent's playing. He has 30 big blinds. What you can get him to fold, etc. Arro's starting to enter the stop and go territory, which for players not aware is kind of around that 8 to 10 big blind mark. You start flatting a lot of your suited hands from the big blind, and then if you connect with most boards, you then come in with a jam to take it down. So we'll see that would be specifically against the button. If the button opens, which would be Patrick versus Carlos.
How cool is it this tournament started with 100,000 in chips?
I
We both played day one of this tournament, and it's just a fun structure. Starting with 100K,
Absolutely.
300 big blinds deep to start the tournament. It was just a good time, man.
And Anthony, the first player in this tournament to cross over 50% of chips in play, here three-handed. We see him starting to take a commanding lead. The queen four off into Patrick, who's the middle stack, who now has by far and away the most pressure on him. Could be a spot, but I don't blame a fold at all. I don't blame a fold at all. He's been active lately. Carlos has shown the propensity to jam over him. I don't hate it.
Yeah, out of there's few tournaments, call it the main event, WPT Championship, things like that. But outside of those like really large field tournaments, you don't have 200 million in chips sitting in front of you very
No.
often, which is a pretty
No.
fun place to be, honestly. So, Anthony, soak it in, my man. You get into play in a spot that is pretty advantageous for you, my friend.
Yeah, I'd seen a tweet from Greg Himmelbrand, one of the local pros, and
Yep.
he had said about how he was going to try to make the Almighty Million the tournament where he has the most chips in the year, because starting with 100K just doesn't happen at these stakes
No.
very often. And you see all the chips on the table, the huge mountain for both Anthony and Patrick. It looks like Patrick's done a good job collecting those 250K chips, especially.
We got Danielson in the chat saying, shout out to Jeff. Stream is awesome. Thank you, Dan. I appreciate you, my man.
Cheers, Daniel, and good luck in the events that you play in the future.
Yes.
Here at the Borgata. Patrick, from the small blind, it seems like blind versus blind, he's really opted to go with more of a raising strategy. We saw at the 10-8 offsuit, now with the 7-6. Blind versus blind so far into the chip leader. Normally we would see these kinds of hands like 7-6 suited, while covered, be called, but also if you're just going to play a pure raise strategy with the big blind ante and think that you can take it down, it's
10 million?
Bet 10 million.
And although Patrick might completely whiff this board as the pre-flop raiser, this is a board that's just going to be a lot easier to represent regardless of your actual holding. So Anthony's in a tough spot here, man. He is just the caller out of the big blind, but he has hit a pair three-handed, blind versus blind. He's just going to continue here.
And Anthony's been very stoic, I feel like.
Yeah.
And there, I sensed a little bit of discomfort in his call there. And I'm not sure that Patrick's able to pick up, but he didn't really look like he loved the call there. So just have to be careful about that.
The turn goes check there, and this might open the door for Patrick putting in a chunky bet.
20
And then, Anthony's just going to be in a rough spot, and it looks like it.
And a lot of his like weak aces are gonna like this line a lot. You're gonna want two streets, and you're not sure when you want it. And honestly, like checking turn is gonna be fairly standard, especially with all four suits present. I think that you have a lot of aces that are going for value here. So he's representing pretty
feel like you
well
never
and
have.
betting exactly half pot.
It's just one of those things.
He doesn't believe the line like I do.
Yeah.
Does not think he has any aces. Does he have a random four, Anthony? That's the question.
I'll let you have it.
Does he have a king that he bets flop? Ooh, gets away
think
from
he bluffed
it.
me, but-
Patrick
Why?
putting in the chunky
Because
bet
I
on
had
the
a pretty
river
good
there,
hand, and
man.
it just doesn't
Getting
make
it
sense what hand
through.
you check turn.
And sometimes with the Jack 10 there, it's kind of one of those hands that we
It wasn't a bad river though for you, I guess.
no respect from Patrick. On the wasn't a bad river though for you. I think that he's thinking he could have some fours that, but it's unlikely that you're c-betting with a four there and hitting. But we saw him with the 7-6.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, but with two of them out there, obviously way less likely. And he's raising from the small blind, makes it also less likely.
you know what you
he has
started
a
with?
four. You see him
Like
fold
30,
the 7-5
30,
suited.
30
Blind
million
with the
900, I
C
think it
raising,
is.
but now you're opening the door for Carlos.
Take a double.
To potentially plus 2, so it's definitely an idea. Anthony deciding.
How about a
do
walk?
I come for a small raise here?
You would love
Do I
that,
shove?
huh?
Either one.
All in.
Oh,
Oh,
he
no.
said, how about a walk?
Oh, he said, how about a walk? And then Anthony said, okay. He said, listen, all you have to do is ask, I guess.
I hear that.
Yeah, we could do
I donated too much to you already by
I
doing
know.
that, so I'll tighten up a little for you.
Small blind, please.
But also, it's worth noting it's not the worst thing for Anthony to keep Carlos around. Now that he has the chip lead, able to keep putting some pressure onto Patrick as well. And you know, Queen Deuce is just not that great of a hand. Like you
Nine.
could be calling Queen 10, and you're just
9
you
million?
just hate life.
Raise to 9 million.
And here we see Anthony coming in with the King Deuce offsuit on the button. And
It's
Patrick
yours.
with 7 deuce.
I had a good
gonna
one
go on
this
the pin,
time.
and
I had the
Anthony's
worst
gonna
one
take
this
it down,
time.
I believe. Shows the 7 deuce.
Where's that
And
king?
shows the king.
Deuce? Ooh, spade?
No, it wasn't.
Ooh, the king
He
little.
showed the deuce there. It's hard.
A good one, he says.
King high, three-handed. That's like the second nuts.
If I'm Anthony, I'm not telling him I'm opening King Deuce on the button there.
We got 4.
Oh, this is fun, huh?
I wouldn't have said
Having a
that.
good
If
time.
you're opening light, you don't want your opponents to know.
Not at all.
Keep them guessing. He did say he had King Deuce, and it was true.
Yeah.
We see Patrick here.
Carlos once again just not having the chips to go, or not having the hand to go to battle with here. Unfortunately, he
Yeah,
has been pretty card dead thus
Clearly
far.
the last card dead. And Patrick here, he's been playing a lot of
Are you going 3
raises,
in a
so
row?
I fully expect
what?
Ace King to come in as a
3
raise.
raising
Sometimes
the
it's an
small
idea
blind?
just to
Out of position.
limp range, but once you're
think I
raising
am,
a lot of stuff,
actually.
Ace King definitely making it.
I have a qualifier. Let's go 12 million.
Raise 12 million.
Yeah, I made it too much.
No, I had terrible. I had worse than last hand.
These
I had a
guys
good one.
engaging in a lot of table talk.
Yeah.
Three-handed.
King 1. I had King 1.
But I did start to realize that raising out
I
of the small
am
blind
terrible.
wasn't really working out.
Not, I have a
hard to play
terrible
out of
hand. I am
position,
terrible.
I picked that up like the last time I did it, and I luckily got and sold the river. But
Oh, luckily. Damn.
yeah,
Good hand. You bluffed me.
Man, Patrick just giving away that he bluffed him there on that 4-4 turn and river.
These are the most honest guys that are
Yeah.
playing for a difference of 161,000 in the world. They haven't lied to each other
Yeah.
yet, which, like, why start at this point? But
Guys,
it's poker.
Jeff and I want blood, man.
Too quiet in here, guys.
yeah.
Killers.
Play some music or
Almost like
something.
it,
Talk.
this is
Act like you guys know each other. Jeez.
Yeah,
You guys want to hear us breathe
yeah,
too?
yeah. I mean, we were just playing in a room with like 7,000 people. We don't need to be really quiet. It's actually makes it really weird.
My first.
Yes.
$8 million.
Here we see Carlos finally getting the kit.
Finally getting the hand, and Anthony's going to raise button. He's going to step in it here.
And not to mention, Carlos now knows the King Deuce offsuit in the range, opening a little bit wider, as he probably should be as the chip leader. But we're going to come with a raise. Unless if we get trappy and we want to just call, it's an idea with aces sometimes, an idea with kings sometimes.
Raise.
I think we jam. And there it is.
Jordan sends it in.
Especially three-handed, you're going to be calling way more to
Oh,
a 10
what
big
the
blind
hell?
shove than you would
Sooner or later,
say
you're gonna have to pull
seven-handed.
this.
I have literally no hand.
Carlos lets out an
I had 7-4
audible,
suited.
Oh, terrible.
Can you toss that all in button back?
And then when I have something, he just snap folds.
Right.
Again, Anthony just
All right,
so
well,
Dude's
honest.
reading me like
Yeah.
a book.
Hey, we're having a good time.
Yes, we are.
Anybody know what time it is?
Well, you're telling him
Time
your
for
hand.
you to get a watch.
can't
They
keep
are
my
having a
phone.
good time.
They are.
I guarantee.
I don't have a
and,
watch.
And this
I guess
is
it
what
would
we
be time
want.
for me to get a watch.
It would be time for that.
But I haven't worn a watch since like the 8th grade.
They should take these 250s. They're terrible.
Yeah, I have a lot of them.
You should take all. That's what I put on all there. Fuck.
And the 100s. These aren't even like.
Unfortunately, I'd heard that the Borgata does not have any higher denomination chips. So
Taking
there's not
lessons
the
from me,
option
brother.
to get the chips off.
Doing a little limp in this table line instead.
So no color ups. We're gonna be
No color ups.
We're gonna be playing with the big stacks until the end. Like I said, I'm about it.
I'm
Been
about it
spiffing,
too.
man.
I mentioned it on the last stream, man. Again, if there's not another reason for you to make it down to the Borgata, these ceramic tournament chips are my absolute favorite
million?
tournament set I've ever played with. They are so nice. They just shuffle perfectly in your hand.
Yeah, they're a little bit oversized.
Yeah.
Whereas you
Didn't
start the
connect
tournament
enough.
with some of the smaller 100 chips, but a perk of making it deep. See that here.
Patrick opening the small
Pair?
blind with the
Top pair.
ace-5 suited again, as he should.
Nice hand.
Anthony defending and going to get a queen-high board, pair up. You guys should see that, take it down. And Carlos takes out one pot and goes from 10 big blinds straight up to 15. And it may seem insignificant, but now he goes from a double to 20 big blinds to a double to 30 big blinds. And that is significant in this three-handed play.
Cool. Next time we play Aces Almighty tournament.
We see two pretty weak hands here and one weaker waiting in the wings. I'd assume that we see these. Patrick's starting to
So
get
used
a
to, like,
little
the full
card
ring where, like,
recently.
You
Other
didn't
doesn't
even know it was on you
Yeah.
there, did you? Yeah.
This is one of the hands
Give
that
it to him right there, please.
give Mr. Carlos a walk. We see Anthony and Patrick starting to get a little closer. See the leaderboard as well and the fallen comrades of the final table. And $122,000 locked up for these guys, and it has not hit them yet. I mean,
No.
it doesn't hit you. Like, in these big final table spots, like, it doesn't hit you until, like, a day or two after.
Yeah.
And, like, you're getting all these texts from your friends and family. And,
9
like,
million?
it's the greatest thing. You know, if you've never had a run like this, it's there's nothing quite like it, especially.
Ooh, look at this. Anthony opening the button with a real hand finally. Ace jack or ace jack offsuit, and Patrick's just gonna wake up in the big blind with the ace king. But we have not seen him do a ton of three betting, so
No,
this is
almost
still
none.
this is still gonna look really strong.
I don't think he's three-bet this final table except for when he had the
25
kings.
million?
Yeah.
I don't think. And from the big blind to 35 big blinds.
But we are three-handed. Anthony's on the button with a very
call.
good hand,
Yeah,
very strong hand,
three-handed.
three-handed. He snap calls.
It's like tough to be like, I fold ace jack. If it's suited though, like
25?
definitely. But when the guy hasn't three-bet, there might be a window to get out. Whereas normally you're just out of there, you know.
If we see an ace-high board here, we are going to see a lot of chips go in the middle. This is a very important
You know what you started with?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we saw like about
Probably
a 6-point
about
three
130,
big blind,
140 -ish.
bet from Patrick, so we got about 14, 13 in the middle. Ace of spades.
Queen 5-9, all spades. Patrick holding the ace of spades here.
And in these spots, we really do want to be having a fair amount of c-bets, but it's not range like some 3-bet pots are. Especially from the small blind, but we are deeper, so we do have some more flushes, more suited hands, since we are deeper here. But yeah, I don't know. It's I don't mind. I mean, I don't know. I would probably be c-betting this with ace of spades, hoping maybe he has a queen, and then you're able to kind of scoop a big pot. But now you're giving him a little bit of rope, or I guess a chance to realize rather.
Check, check. That's going
20
to
million?
open the door, give Anthony an open ender here.
The delayed c-bet coming now.
I had a beauty.
One time.
Oh, wow. 20 million goes up, and Anthony just snap folds.
I had an open-ended
Nice play,
straight draw.
Patrick. Nice play.
Like the last hand, big hand we played for the 15 million.
Oh, I was gonna get
Anthony
there.
is.
Oh my God, why didn't I call?
I mean, you could have got there.
Yeah, I mean, if it was like the last hand, though. I
Well,
would've
if a
got there.
spade comes,
Oh, spade was never coming.
Spade
I
was
wasn't worried about that. No.
I wonder if they know that dynamic that me and you had that.
I don't think the stream knows.
Oh, spade was
The
never
stream should
coming.
know that.
Stream should know that.
You got my big?
Yes.
Tell us. What's the dynamic?
That was one of the best hands that I've ever been a
Phyllis
part
hit?
of.
I don't know.
That was great. Yeah.
So
I'm
great.
glad you
Good.
took it well, man.
Yeah.
Which one?
413.
Me and him on day 2.
Here, you act. I'll tell
All
him.
right, you tell him.
I opened to 400,000. He raises to
4 1/4. You opened.
4 1/4. He raises to 1.2.
He raised to 1.2.
He,
Yeah.
On my direct
100,
left check.
200.
Yeah. He raised to 1.2. Flop is, I call. Flop is jack of spades, 7 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds. I check. He bets 1.4. Yeah, I know. 6.5.
Take it.
6.5 million.
That's
He bets 1.4, and I jammed 6.1 million. So like, yeah, whatever. And he snap calls with. I had queen 10 of diamonds, by the way. He snap calls with ace jack of diamonds. So I'm not hitting. I can't hit a flush now. I can only hit a straight or a
So you
queen.
you had 9 outs. I had 7 outs to
Yeah.
the nuts. You had 9 outs to your nuts.
And the turn was an 8 of clubs, and I hit the. And that was like a 16 million chip
16
pot,
million
something
chip pot. I was left with 475 at the
Yeah.
200,000.
Oh, that's what you told me.
Yeah, it was an insane hand.
It was awesome.
And then now that we're both right here, it's crazy. Like a champ, bro. He didn't steam or anything.
crazy.
It was
So
wild.
it was Anthony that was down to 2.5 big blinds?
It was, yeah, I think
He said it was 100, 200K. So Anthony was down to 2.5 big blinds, right? That's Anthony that said he was?
I think that it was tough to hear whether it was Anthony or
Yeah, I think it was Anthony that was down to 2.5 big blinds, and here he is,
Crazy.
final 3. That was early, that had to be fairly middle of day 2, I guess, 100, 200K.
Yeah.
And now here he is, 3 left, 122K, and that's why they say.
Yep.
Fuck you, dude.
Anthony
I
can
don't think
lift
you
the
have
small
anything
blind
either.
here.
I
with
think
5
you
deuce
just know that I
suited,
don't have
but
anything.
finally, Carlos waking up with some more hands, but just can't get any action.
I can't even think about calling. Like that's how bad it is. I can't even pretend to think. What about that time? You have something that time?
Every time.
Every time. Oh, okay.
Every
Sure.
time.
Anthony is just one of the most
If your
honest
friends are
guys
like
I've ever
watching.
heard at a poker table.
I have no
He's like
backup
earlier he
game.
said that he
Yeah.
think that Carlos is just
I mean, my
dominating
phone's been
him
going,
and owning him.
going off crazy. But I had looked at it once.
And here he is like, you just knew I didn't have it. Like I did that, you know.
Honest Ant.
Yeah, Honest Ant. That should be the nickname on the Hendon mob.
I like it.
Honest Ant Hall.
Gonna come in with a standard raise here to 9 million with the ace queen suited. Carlos not a lot of hand, but I assume Patrick's gonna go ahead and defend his big blind here with the 10-8 suited.
Yeah, we did see one of his 8s dead, but I mean, still a great hand. Can hit a lot of boards here. He does cover Anthony now at this point after that 3-bet pot where he won with the ace. Power of the 3-bet pot as the aggressor, just able to apply a lot of pressure to him. Wow, interesting flop here. We see ace of hearts, 9 of spades, 7 of spades, open-ended
8 million?
straight draw
8 million?
for Patrick, and Anthony with a very strong ace.
Yeah. Yep. Snap call. 8 million snap call from Patrick.
No consideration of a raise, which is slightly interesting, but ace high board, not really going to be raising it that much, if at all, but the snap call seems fine. Interesting. 10 of spades. Might slow down action here. See, Anthony probably going to want to find another street, not on the turn, but most likely on the river. Patrick quick check. I mean, razor quick check.
12 million?
You guys playing fast
12 million?
poker.
And I can't speak, 100% of the time, but a lot of times on the flop there, when he just snap calls on an ace high board, it is indicative of draws a lot of times. That's just kind of what I know. But yeah, he's gonna bet bet the 3 river and gonna get a call out of a 10 after he
love
checks the turn.
sizing.
Yep.
I love the sizing of 12 million because earlier he saw Eddie go for about a third pot sizing with the deuces and Patrick calling with what was a very, very weak hand but bluff catcher on that 4-club board with a
That's
4
like, that was your time, man. I felt it. I
so
felt
he
it. I
goes
was
for a
like, he's
third
gonna go
pot
with it this
because he
time.
saw that call potentially, or that's just the sizing he chose. And Patrick, just feels
You
implied
gotta go with that.
with the pot
Free-handed,
odds
bro.
to
That's
make
literally
the
the
call.
nuts.
So
King 8?
And Anthony really
That's second pair
making
there.
some movement now. He's over
I
10
didn't think
big
you were calling me
blinds
late.
ahead of Patrick
What are
in
we at,
second place.
4
Man.
minutes
So
still?
he's really kind of getting his lead out there a little bit more. Again, expect to just see more pressure put on when he's on the button.
yeah, we can see how meaningful these hands are for all of these stacks. Carlos getting the queen 8 offsuit an awful lot. I feel like he's had it like 4 or 5 times.
Yep.
And in the bin, and not terrible. I think it's probably fine with ICM. You guys seem like they're slightly battling. Let 'em go.
You guys run so
9-4
good.
offsuit into the chip leader.
Crazy.
Don't
Oh,
mind the
jeez.
fold there. You don't want to be over folding though, as we talked about in general with the big blind ante.
1, 2, 3, 4.
11 minutes till break. Let's go.
You guys are enjoying the commentary. Just remember, I'm here joined by Jeremy Geist. I'm Jeff Stellwagen.
I'll wait for you if you
Jeremy
go.
is a reporter for
Yeah, I'll wait
Poker
for
News,
you.
Poker.org.
You can go.
He does great work, has had great articles. If you ever see him reporting, that now you can kind of put a voice to the text. So
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate that, my man. And I will be here with Poker.org for the second half of the series, doing some live reporting for you guys. Again, come on over to instant.poker.org for all the coverage of the remaining events in the Borgata Winter Open. And
9 million?
no slouch himself. Jeff is an excellent player here from the Pennsylvania area. Love to shine a light on some of our excellent players that come from the greater tri-state area.
You're too good.
play online on BetMGM all the time. You might recognize my name if you play in Pennsylvania. Shit happens.
Wasting
there.
time for
You
no
only got 10
reason.
minutes.
yeah,
You only got 10
anyway.
minutes, so you can go.
Get back to the action. We got Anthony here with 49 big blinds, Patrick with 34, and Carlos
how
down to
long is the break?
13. So there's definitely
What?
3 clear
Nice.
hierarchies here. Most pressure is definitely on Patrick right now in terms of ICM being in, second in chips and
That was an angry muck.
pocket nines.
I just want to hand one time on the button.
10-8 offsuit for Carlos. About 13 big blinds effective as we talked about. Don't hate, just call here and hope that you don't get punished.
Call option.
Hope that you don't get punished, but
All in.
unfortunately,
We see the cards.
Patrick's going to wake up with a good
And
hand
Patrick,
here.
snap all in, no thought.
What is your name?
And sometimes you can pick up on
oh,
timing
you're
tells
Pat. Okay, yeah. I called him Pat.
with pocket aces, pocket kings. Obviously, we see Carlos's hand.
I know I
specific
wasn't
hand and,
completely crazy,
whatever,
like
but
making up the
sometimes,
name.
with the cards up, if he has a friend or something on the next break, you ask like, hey, there's questions to ask people.
Right.
With
Yeah, that
the
guy was
OC
Philip.
cards, like, is
Yeah.
he gonna be snap doing?
I learned that the hard way.
Is he gonna be thinking more? Should I come in with a small race? So then, if you can subtract some of the
I
best
said Pat.
hands
You said me. I
from a
was like,
range,
no.
it can be
No,
pretty
I didn't
powerful.
even like. I know
It's
your name's
interesting,
Pat too. It's
too,
crazy. I just didn't click.
Let's say hypothetically, right, that this ended yesterday
I
and
know
they
another Pat
went
here,
home,
too.
went to bed. Actually, excuse me, I'm going to let them talk a little bit here.
Call
But
option.
sorry, yeah, it's interesting. Had they come back from the live stream yesterday, they may have some friends that are feeding them some information from the stream, but they only just made it to a final table just, an hour and a half ago or so before the stream started. So they might have not have had time to get a friend together to say, hey, I need you to watch the stream while I'm playing, to feed me some information and whatnot. But
Yeah, absolutely.
but at the same time, these guys are all being so honest to each other. I mean, my
Yeah.
goodness, you can just.
Who
What'd you
needs
fold there, my guy? What'd you fold?
And honestly, on break, like if I had a friend, like if Casey was still in or something, and I was in the booth right now, and he asked me, I'd be like, dude, listen, they're being honest with you, you're being honest with them. Like, if I was Anthony's friend, like, hey, like play on, you guys are just, doing your
Yeah.
thing. Like, don't worry about me. Like he's telling you what he has, you
Right.
know, like there's almost no need to have somebody. Where in other spots, bigger spot. Well, I mean, this is a huge spot. I mean, these guys are just very cordial.
Yeah.
But
I think it's what you said. I'm just not completely sure that it's hit them yet, just how big of a spot this
Oh,
is.
no.
You're three-handed. Your next pay jump is a $60,000 pay jump from the $122,000 for
Yeah.
third place to the $186,000 in second place. So, yeah, man, this is not at all a small spot for three guys with less than $500,000 on their hand in mind. This is
Yeah.
big stuff.
And also too, when you're one of these guys, like if you're normally talking, and it's gonna make you more comfortable to talk, to engage in table talk, then honestly go for it. Like
Yeah.
you want to feel as comfortable as possible in these spots. That's how you're gonna make the best moves based on your intuition, etc. And sometimes though, you don't have somebody that's gonna jab back with you. But
Yeah.
it seems like Anthony and Patrick, at least those two, they're talking a lot. Carlos jutting in when he needs to. So
9 million.
Anthony waking up with a very playable hand here on the button. Queen 10 is going to be a raise, and he comes in for it. Carlos once again dead, drawing very slim out of the small blind there, and go ahead with Patrick. Got a suited hand. May come in for a call.
I don't gotta defend
so
every
crazy
single
to
one.
me.
No.
We have
Absolutely
not yet
not.
had
Was that
an
bad?
all-in situation where it stands, right? I mean that
Yeah.
is kind of unprecedented for a final table. So I mean that could be part of what Carlos is afraid
Yeah.
of. Like I've seen what happens to the guys that, not that he's really had much of a hand to do so. But
Right.
I'll have a water, please. I'll take a water.
here we don't.
Actually, I lied. I don't need a water. You want, no, I have one still. I just realized. Thank you.
10-4 offsuit. Occasionally, you want to be mixing these hands in so you're not completely overfolding. The offsuit deuces, are going to be the hands as Patrick that you're probably just going to always
Yeah, I got table.
in this stack setup. But
Thank you.
occasionally, like your offsuit fours,
He's too
you're
good
going
to
to
share
want
a
to try to
table with you
lose.
now.
At
No, not at
least
all.
is Anthony
I
gonna
was
punish me?
honestly, I would
I want
normally
to play
ask
some
for
hands
change.
that
I'm just
again, that
messing,
big
man.
blind
It's
ante
okay.
is worth playing for. The
We're on the
short
live
hand.
stream. I couldn't do it.
Even off of 35 big blinds. But that being said, if you're going to make a mistake
like
with
an
some of
awkward
these
thing,
less superior hands, it's not worth that
I guess
much.
we gotta
to
think
be
about we're
playing,
playing for like
playing them in terms
I know.
of
It's a lot of
your
money.
expected value.
Big blind, please.
Yep.
And here we hear them say, "I guess we are playing for 100,000."
Just casually playing for a good year-long salary there. No big deal.
And Jeremy, we were privy to seeing
Wow.
the set that these guys are playing on. Sometimes, like I played at a Venetian final table where there was like 5 clocks in the area that
Yeah.
the final table was. You're seeing the pay jumps consistently,
I think
Right.
etc. Literally, Anthony can't even see a clock without turning around. Like they have one big clock
That's right.
behind them,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Thank you.
And honestly, that makes it hit way less. When I
Yeah.
mean, these two guys, they can see it. Like we can see it. It's on that behind that
one
pole
time?
behind
Right.
Mackenzie, the dealer there. But it's tough for them to see. It's not like all up in their face.
Right. And it's worth noting, I mentioned it on the last live stream too. Kudos to Guerrilla Gaming. This is an awesome setup
5
with this
million?
table, to the filming that they're doing. This live stream has just been fantastic for a local live stream so far, for any live stream, but especially just for one that gets set up on the East Coast here. The first East Coast live stream that I've seen, and yeah, it's just awesome. Also worth noting too, essentially right on the other side of the dealer they're kind of behind her. There's a room set up where everybody gets to bring down a few
I had a
VIPs
bottom pair.
to share the moment with them, get to have some family members there with them or some friends, and it's just really cool that they they get to have some supporters there with them to look on and see them on the live stream in real time.
Oh, it's still
Yeah,
four.
I just can't say enough about how well Borgata's done with this live stream event.
Absolutely, and Jeremy, if people want to catch the next live streamed event, what would that be?
For the next live stream event, I apologize because I believe that there is going to be a PLO cash event that is going to be live streamed prior to this. However, if my memory serves me correctly, I believe the next live stream final table is going to be the 2200 mystery bounty. And guys, while we're on the subject, $500,000. Someone in that 2200 mystery bounty is going to eliminate a player, walk up to the booth, and they are going to snag a $500,000 bounty out of that that bin. I mean,
It's
I
insane.
cannot wait. It is going to be so sick.
Last year, I played that event.
Yeah.
It was a $2,200, $1 million guaranteed, and it crushed. It hit over $2 million.
Yep.
And it was a $250,000 bounty, and I had 4 bounties. I didn't end up making the money. I'm not going to tell the guys the bad beat story, but I didn't make the money. I had 4 bounty pools. All 4 were 500. So I feel like when I play it this time,
Yeah, you're just
if you guys give me a bounty, I'm gonna make it count. So for those of you coming, when the camera flips to our faces and you see me, if you let me knock you out, I might just win the money. You never know. And here we see 2 monster hands.
Yeah.
Ace King offsuit for Patrick.
Ooh, and Patrick comes in with just a call from the small blind. I am about him mixing it up here, and I have to assume Anthony just has so much hand here. He's the chip leader.
Yeah.
He sees a limp in front of him. I have to assume he comes in for a raise, and he's just going to step in it here. Patrick's probably going to come with a limp re-raise here.
You ever think about just a call with Carlos only having like 11 big blinds?
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't
55
been,
million.
doing too much. Wow. And he
Snap 3-bet to 55 million.
This is a very chunky sizing.
Thank you for not making me put all that now.
Anthony, good on you, my friend. Doesn't even think about it. Just immediately
need some
finds
big
a fold.
I know.
With the
Hopefully
king.
they'll color us up
Or
on
king queen
the
offsuit there.
They
no color.
said there's
Good
no
fold.
color up.
It's no color up.
They said there's no others.
There we're hearing from the players.
I had the best hand that hand for sure.
Did this
We're
one?
playing with the Giganto chip stacks. I'm about it.
Get a pair?
I'm about it.
Yeah,
got a
listen,
pair?
it's back
No.
to the old days.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
Neither did I, but I had the best.
Listen,
hand.
they guaranteed $1
got ace
million
king?
for this prize pool. They definitely had the chips for
here with ace king?
that, but for the 1.6 million that they got, which is an extra, a lot of runners. I'm not gonna do the exact
folded ace
math
queen?
right now, but
No, I folded
they
king
beat
queen.
the guarantee by a lot. They might not have been prepared for such a massive
big raise.
turnout. It's not awful.
Hey,
Like it's not like
It's a good
they,
problem to have,
Yeah,
honestly.
it's
There's,
not, it's not like they have half the table
Yeah.
covered with chips. I mean, you have a couple extra mountains. Listen, as soon as you get your phone, take a picture, make the memory last. Like that's why oh, and here I think we have a jam spot for Anthony.
Call.
I can't see it going any other way as 8 big blinds. Okay. Call. He might. Again, he's
come
incentivized
on,
to
where
keep
is this
Carlos
gonna
around.
end?
You think I want to call as bad as
Carlos
you want me
snap
to call?
rips it,
Trust me.
Yeah.
I want you to guys
That's why
call
he
so
might
we can double
wanna
up and be
come
on the
for
bottom again.
jam. But if you want to
don't
keep
need to-
being able to apply pressure
It's
to
a single right
Patrick,
now.
as the chip leader, it's somewhat of an idea to actually have it or have much more of a hand there. So
When you have 11 big blinds and
Oh,
you
they're
get to
gonna do
scoop any pot,
Chris. They're out there. Chris, we're verifying chip count.
So, guys, we are back here in the booth. Players going on a short 10-minute break here. Again, we have Patrick, Carlos, and Anthony all vying for that $283,000 top prize. Jeff, this has been fun time so far, man. We've had a good final table, dude.
Yeah, no, we rifled through the first like 5 players pretty fast, and now these guys have been battling three-handed. It's been exciting. We've seen some good moves.
Yep.
We've seen everything here, and now they're battling for 161,000, and we heard mention of it just for the first time there. So
Yeah,
pretty exciting stuff.
So we're going to go on a 10-minute break, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house. Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later? Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball. Who needs a ball? Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
It's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. Can we get these people a promo? There it is. Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later? Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball. Who needs a ball? Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat. Hit him with the promo.
It's the BetMGM offer of the week. Get up to $1,500 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. For all the games, later this week. Set your picks and shoot your shot. And turn any game into a must-watch. Download the BetMGM app, and it's on.
What do you do when you've already built the best casino on the East Coast? You do it again. This is Borgata Casino Online. All of your favorite action with millionaire-making jackpots and the widest selection of exclusive games. Straight from the casino floor to the palm of your hand. The online casino built for players. It's Borgata Casino Online. Sign up today and get a 100% deposit match up to $1,000 with bonus code BORGATA1K.
Oh, it's about to be a party in here. BetMGM's got all the sports betting in one place. And it's live, baby. Ooh, we're placing money lines in real time. We got second half spreads and third set winners as they happen. Overs hitting in extra innings. Live is where the action is at. And with BetMGM, woo, I got the best seat in the house. Oh, what's up? You watching the game? Or maybe the one later. Put a little BetMGM action on it now. Any game becomes the game. When you got overs and unders, you're in it every time they throw the ball, kick the ball, dribble the ball. Maybe it's not even a ball.
Who needs a ball?
Now that bet's got you watching every inning, half, round, period, set, hole, a lap. Right from the edge of your seat.
Tap into BetMGM Casino, and you're entering a huge library full of exclusive games. Games you won't find anywhere else. Looking for jackpots? Right this way. You'll always find someone ready to give you a hand. Or some dice. Your favorite game is waiting for you. On America's #1 online casino.
Welcome back to the Borgata Winter Open $500 Almighty Million final table live stream. Guys, we are down to just 3 players. Anthony, Patrick, and Carlos are going to be battling it out here for the $286,000 top prize.
It's not like
I'm excited, Jeff. This is dude, this has been a great final table.
Oh, absolutely. And now, you know, we have Carlos on the clear short stack. We're going to see what happens with that. Anthony with
You
the
guys
chip lead
getting a
here.
big
We see,
chunk of money right
as
now.
we're back in action,
Because you guys have the most
blinds
chips.
have went up to
I might get like 10,000 more.
5 million.
And we're
10
right
million?
back into it. Anthony
Anthony
picking up a
with the
hand
bang.
on the button.
And he just knows pulling one of those gold stacks is going to be the min raise, the 10 million. And he comes in with it. 8-3 off in the big blind.
Gross.
Unfortunately, Anthony
I
not
had it
gonna
that
find
time.
any
I had
customers with the best
8-3.
hand in poker.
As we look at the chip
this is a
counts
bad
here,
spot,
Anthony sitting as our
actually.
chip leader with 42 big blinds, 211 million.
Guess they need
Patrick
it for
sitting
the-
comfortably in second place with 29 bigs.
Well, they moved
Down to
me over.
Carlos,
No,
man.
you
As
can
those
see,
blinds
like,
go
go to
up,
the
he goes
corner,
from
you can
11
pay
big
your
blinds down to
Yeah,
just
true.
6
Yeah.
big blinds. He's going to be looking
You're
to
in
get it
it,
in
yeah.
here sooner than later. Try and ladder up as much as he can.
There's a problem, you
These
just
three
figure
guys,
it out.
they
Big
came in
blind?
the day as the 3 top stacks.
Hold on, guys.
And right now, you know, we've went all chalk. They collected the most chips coming into the final table. It's proven to take them as far as they want. No egregious ICM punts or anything like that. These guys have been playing well, good, solid poker. So I'm excited to see how it turns out here.
Here we go. Carlos is going to send it in for 6 big blinds off the button. And Anthony's going to wake up with a hand that I think he's going to have to call with, and it's crazy that he actually has Carlos dominated.
Yeah, 6 big blinds, you just start to lose your fold equity. You're gonna start, you know, calling hands like a queen 8, queen 9 offsuit from the big blind, and any ace. I think
39-4.
is, gonna be good enough as well.
He actually has a decent hand here. You know, even just having an ace is always going to be good. Yeah, he's going to call and put it in here.
These guys are gonna chop this hand a lot.
A lot.
Deuces
A lot of
never
time
lose.
is going to be a chop.
Deuces
And
never
I
lose,
think
no
I
chop,
just saw
don't worry.
Carlos go, hey, maybe a chop.
I think that this is coming.
No.
Nice to say
No,
straight.
diamonds or 3 are gonna be or straight are gonna be our avenues here to not chopping.
Chop.
That is a very
Deuce.
choppy texture.
Or diamond.
7-5-7.
And
Deuce.
Jack
now
on the
just
turn.
drawing to a pair. And we chop.
We're going to chop it up.
Wow, that was my bold prediction of the stream there. That ace deuce and ace 3 were gonna chop it up, but you know, there we go.
It's a bold prediction, Cotton. Let's see if it
No
pays
harm, no
off.
foul.
Sometimes you know you're getting like
I
don't
feel
know,
pretty
sports betting
fouled.
too well, but you're getting like, you know, the right price to go for.
Yeah.
It's like negative whatever.
5 mil. 2.
5 million going in. That's going to be half of one of the highest denomination chip stacks, half of a 20 stack of those. And it looks like Patrick has taken on the duty of collecting all of the 250,000 chips essentially,
All right,
and
boys.
most of the green
Buckle
chips,
up.
while Anthony has most of the gold chips. Not that that matters too much, but it's a fun fact.
Yes.
Anthony here, queen 5 offsuit.
Patrick going to be
10 million.
opening the button here with the 7-6 suited.
Such a big table.
And we're getting down to a spot here where Carlos is going to have to ship it, unfortunately, with some less than suitable hands. But he
You get
goes
to
ahead and
see
finds a
what he
fold here.
had there.
Yeah.
Now, off of 5 big blinds, like we talked about, stop and go, there's definitely still some of that going on off of like 5-6. But once you get to 4, you're really only going to be calling like some. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be some, like anything that doesn't dominate not dominate, but I don't know, anything that plays well post flop, you almost from the big blind, you just kind of want to call and then put it in. And the shorter you get, the more you're going to put it in. Even with like, you know, a gut shot, you're going to put in any kind of equity, obviously a pair when you're this short.
Carlos is just getting into a danger zone, too, where he's down to 4 big blinds. Even if he doubles, he's only at 8 big blinds, and he's not going to be at a spot
10
where he
million?
feels comfortable being able to maneuver too
Yeah,
well.
still not a lot of fold equity there.
Yeah.
Anthony putting on the pressure here with the 7-5 offsuit. Carlos, and the only fun fact about, well, there's not, but the fun fact about opening and then there being a 4 big blind stack, you do have to call. So you
Yeah.
do have to be
trying to
slightly
make him
careful
see it
about
anyway.
doubling him up. Not
Yeah.
that
Push
it's like
that off.
awful for Anthony losing
I had you
4
that
big
time.
blinds, keeping Carlos
Skadoosh
around.
that
It's not
time, that
awful.
time.
Anthony's going to be able to levy a lot of pressure on Patrick now. Now that Carlos is down to 4 big blinds. In the danger zone, should be a lot more pressure, Jeremy.
This is interesting too. And, you know, not rooting for anything, but if Carlos were to make his exit, we're gonna have a heads-up battle that's actually pretty deep, man. It could be very interesting.
Yeah.
And Carlos with 4 big blinds here on the button, suited queen. This is gonna go in here.
Yeah, I believe so. He's doing some accounting. Do I have 21 million? I do. Yeah, it's
is.
going in.
Oh.
And the interesting spot here, we see the kings lurking behind. With queen jack offsuit for 4 big blinds, when you are the middle stack, you are incentivized to try to get him busted out even more than like if Patrick was Anthony in the small blind, like if their roles were reversed, I would
I'll take a
definitely
count.
fold. But that spot,
I'll take a
it's
count.
it's nice to come for a call and try to bust him out with a hand like queen jack. But did he just ask for a count?
I'm hoping that if he did ask for a count, it's because he just hasn't even looked at his cards yet.
Right, right.
Just getting
And then he's like trying to think, like, okay,
Right.
what would I call for 4 big blinds? Like,
right.
and there's a few
then-
hands I would fold, or the graphics.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Kings?
Oh.
What a waste of time.
No,
yeah,
he
he didn't
said it.
look.
He said I didn't
Right.
even look yet, but I call, and then he just happens to flip over.
Said if it's
That's-
less
and
than
he's
5
honest
bigs,
hand.
you have to call
yeah.
blind
I
or
believe
it's
honest
just
hand here.
like-
100%. Yes.
I didn't get that memo.
It was like 3 more bigs, so that's fair.
Ooh, heart's working for Carlos. Okay, we're not dead yet. Always a
Put
sweat.
the heart on the turn if you're gonna bring it though.
Here's the river, a
Big
heart,
river
and only a
here.
heart. Oh,
Playing
good
nice.
game to Carlos.
Yes, Carlos making his exit in 3rd place, good for $122,000. And just like that, my friends, we have a massive heads-up battle here. Patrick, 28 big blinds. Anthony, over 40 bigs. Don't expect this to
You don't
end
wanna
quick,
chat and
guys.
play
This
for,
could
like,
be a
50K up top or
very,
something?
very, very long
we can still
heads-up
play it out
battle,
for
but
the- no.
we're going to go to it here, man. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah,
chat.
and Carlos, well played to Carlos. I mean, he
Can we
came in
see
second
ICM
in
numbers?
chips, but had the chip leader on his left in a tough spot. Didn't really get good hands.
No,
I
I
thought that
don't.
he played really well, and
But-
just
so we'll get
you
a-
know,
we'll get a break
sometimes
if we
in
look
these
at it
biggest
then?
spots, it's going to be right to
Like
be
we can pause
folding
the
a
clock
lot.
and look?
It's going to be right. Just sometimes you're not getting the kit, and I think well played to
Small blind.
Carlos. So overall, GG sir, and I believe that was good enough for his.
I'm big blind. You have my end too.
I believe you are correct, man. Can't
Oh no, I'm small blind.
can't say it enough.
Yeah,
No,
that
I'm
score is
big.
going to
I have
put
no idea
him
what's going
over
on.
500,000 in
Let's go.
career
Would
you say I'm small?
live tournament earnings.
Let's go.
Carlos.
And
from
I'm big
Bronx,
blind for
New
5.
York. Here we are, heads up.
So I guess we would need to count it out, right?
Oh, so small blind. Yeah, I never played head. I mean, I played heads up, but not with this big blind ante. So I go first.
Patrick
You go first if you're on the
coming into
button,
the
yeah.
final table. Anthony has played really well at this final
I
table. in
believe.
terms
I don't
of
know how that works. Yeah,
Navigation,
you're small blind. You have to go first.
picking
No, I'm
the right
small blind.
spots. I mean,
I'm
I
small.
think that
Okay.
you know, he's
This
my
is
favorite
crazy.
to win here. But
Yeah.
we'll see how it plays out. We see he has almost a 2-1 chip lead.
How often do you get to just casually say, yeah, we went into heads-up play. You had 100 million more than me, but you know, we were still pretty close. You know, it's,
And I wasn't even that much of an underdog,
Yeah,
really.
yeah,
Like he
yeah.
had 100 million more, but
yeah.
yeah. So we have almost. I think we have 209 or 390 million
Check.
in play here. Heads up is I think what I saw. It's going to be close. If not. Okay, so with the big blind ante, there is going to be more of a limping strategy than what you'd see online or on the charts that aren't accounting for that. It's a pretty common thing. Here we got King 8 offsuit versus 10-6.
7
I
million.
believe Ant limped the button.
Yep, that's
Patrick
correct.
just called.
And so here, Patrick first act. We didn't see what he did. I'm assuming he came with a check, and he's going to serve. Yep. And Patrick heads up here. Does have to be careful of like the.
Can I sit
Listen,
here?
the
or do
guy
I
just
care?
reaches
If I
the chips. It's not even intent. It's not even an angle. Like you can change your mind halfway down to the chip stack. Like if you, it could be a dangerous game to play if you're going to be folding that fast.
Yep.
I have no idea, honestly.
So what has to happen, the button has to stay now in the natural spot, which will be right here. Okay, now we're right. You understand? We just have to do it the right way.
I don't understand, but it's fine. I don't care. Really.
The button is now in the natural spot it should be.
Okay.
They'll do it, you would be good.
So when when I don't have
Chad,
the button on the big
one of
blind,
the excellent floor here from the Borgata. Just let him know firsthand. Fortunately, the button was in the wrong spot, but we got it. Looks like we got it worked out.
Yeah, luckily stack's big enough that it didn't really affect too much.
Yeah.
In the hands.
What are you thinking?
you're small blind.
I think our
though,
graphics
so
are
put
caught
that
up
in.
here. Patrick on the button now.
Dude, I'd be down to do figure out what ICM is and then put something up top and play for it, you know, but I just don't know what that is. But I can't look at my phone right now. So I'm first act? or-
I'll do that.
Oh, I have to go back?
So
We
you
can
guys
take
are
a
going to
pause
hear a
and figure it
little
out.
bit of conversation.
I mean, I'm down. I don't know if they're going to do that. They said they can't interrupt the stream, so.
I guess it would start with counting how much we had, right? Anybody out there can have the ability to do it? Figure out what's ICM chop?
Yeah, they'll check it out, and then I guess let's just play because we can't really hold it up like that. Check.
Yeah, with this big of chip stacks, it's gonna be tough to know exactly how much you have, and
Check.
in some scenarios. But heads up, it is easier to keep track
million?
if you know the total amount of chips in play.
Players discussing potential ICM chop. I believe they're essentially in a spot where they can't stop the clock at the moment. So they may get somebody behind the scenes to run a couple numbers here before we see
Check.
anything actually going down.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do you could, but you shouldn't do if you're Anthony like an even chop and leave some money up top. Like you'd want to do an adjusted chop if you're going to leave some money up top here. But these guys, not to be unnoted, playing for $97,000 here is a pretty insane heads up match. Like there's not a lot of guys that I feel so confident that I'm beating them to play a $97,000 match.
So we missed it. That was a flop bet by Patrick. Anthony called with his gutter, turn deuce, and he bricks out with just 5 high on the river, and he goes for a bet. And unfortunately, he's just going to get snapped off by the ace-8.
That's what we're playing for.
Yeah.
The Borgata Hotel Trophy. I've seen a few of my friends with those.
Yeah.
Me, not yet, but
They
it
are.
would be nice to have that in the trophy case.
They're pretty sweet, man. The big Borgata Hotel. They're pretty big trophies too, man. That would be a heavy one to stick in the backpack on the way home.
With your 283,000, you might
take account,
want to
yeah.
buy like a very hefty shelf.
Yeah, I have.
You'll have the funds to do it, that's for sure.
Here we see the camera panning away from it, and you see the
it?
I have
BetMGM graphics in the background for the winner open.
0.95, 219.95.
Here we see
219.950.
telling maybe the
950.
Yeah.
So almost 220.
I think they're essentially
So
forced to let the
I'm big
clock
blind
continue to
or
run
I'm
here
small
while
blind?
they get a little bit of a count of their chips to consider some ICM numbers.
Man, what a sick spot this would be.
Yeah.
$500 tournament. I've sniffed a spot like this, but I
160,
haven't broken
166.
through to get to the heads up like this.
All in good time, my friend. Variance is a fickle woman.
167,
So
168.
we're not sure when these guys are
170,
gonna exactly resume
171,
to play these hands here. So
250.
we're just waiting in the wings. See if we're gonna play this out. We have the Queen 9 offsuit for Patrick, 5-4 Anthony. Whenever they decide to. They're both very playable heads-up hands.
And I, again, believe that
On me?
they're getting some counts of their chips and getting somebody behind the scenes to run some ICM numbers for him here. But I believe that the ruling is that they are, just because of the live stream going on and everything, they're continuing
12 million?
to basically run play while those counts are getting going. We see Anthony come in for a raise from the button with the 5-4 offsuit. Patrick heads up has a decent,
Bro, how did we get
amount
heads
of
up?
hand here.
This
yeah.
is great.
Yeah, I mean,
Guys, remember the
heads
Queen
up,
10
I
of
think
diamonds
I'd like
hand?
to see this hand.
This is who I
mostly
played
called,
it
but
against.
you
He
do a
had
lot of
ace jack
mixing.
diamonds. How crazy is that?
You want to
That's insane. Did you hear about that hand, Kobe? It's insane.
They're writing it up for us now.
It's like a Cinderella story or something.
We were talking about the Queen 10 suited hand from earlier, where he had down to 2.5 big blinds, and now he has a chance to beat him heads up. Man, it feels like destiny, doesn't it?
Serendipitous, if you will.
Wow.
Yes.
And they're waiting for the numbers.
You want to play for
But
20?
Anthony just heard that story in his head, and now he's like,
Let's do it. So
maybe
it
it's
means if I
meant to
win, we
be.
pretty much-
Maybe
This
the-
is the
maybe the
guy
story's
that
too
almost
good.
took me out, and I grinded to build the short
So that
stack
means
back
20,
up,
10,
put
10
myself
less
back in
for each of
play.
us
Now
from
it might
that
be
number?
his time to pounce.
Oh, the tournament stops. So we're not playing it out.
If you're playing,
Yeah, let's just play it out.
Let's play it out. Yeah.
There you go, guys. Deal denied. They're
You're a
playing it
better
out.
player, and if I beat you, I'll be very
it's
proud of
funny in
myself.
heads-up
And if I
discussions.
don't,
Once somebody
I'm happy
says,
where I
let's play it
landed.
out, the other
I
guy's
appreciate
snap
that,
is always
bro.
like, yeah,
Oh,
let's
thank
play it
you.
out.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
it happens online all the
We're
time.
both
It's
at
like,
the same
it's like,
table,
what do you
right?
think about a chop? That could be interesting.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun. That was what I wanted to do in the beginning, so just stick with it.
Yeah, you did want that from the
So
start.
that's it, guys. Confirmed. I
Play it
just
out.
got it confirmed
big
to me.
blind?
These guys are playing it
This is so
out.
confusing, man.
I know, I hate-
$96,000 they're
can
playing
tell I'm
heads
a
up
fish
for,
by that.
basically.
Same.
This is
We don't have many final
this is
tables
sick
with the
stuff,
big blind
man.
area.
This is not your home game heads up at the
Well,
end of the
heads up
night.
is just like-
Yeah.
Heads
I'm
up
trying
is
to
where it
make my
gets
money
really
back.
confusing.
Heads up, when you're stuck 2K. No, this is I'm playing this
12
guy
million.
for $96,000.
Let's go.
And now heads up, you really get to see a guy's instincts. You get to see, what spots he's willing to pull the trigger on, how he feels about his opponent. There's no ICM anymore. This is all chips.
Yep. The whole game tree just expands when you get into heads up play. It's so much fun.
And like we discussed earlier, with the big blind ante, instead of there being 0.2 big blinds in the middle in your typical online tournament, there is one big blind in the middle. That is massive. That is massive to play for. So we shouldn't see these guys open folding pretty much anything here. Maybe a 7 deuce, maybe an 8 deuce, but some people will even put those into a raising range and limp pretty heavily. So
Patrick's going to open the button here with the ace-3 standard. Anthony's going to defend out of the big blind.
he comes in for a very small bet here with a baby diamond. It's
I had the wrong ace.
you're pretty curious, but
Nice hand.
if you had the ace of diamonds, obviously you might even raise against that small of a bet, but
He's going to get it through.
yeah, with
Now
the
I'm
baby
big blind.
diamond,
So when you're the button,
even if he's
Yeah,
going
when I'm
with
but-
like
when
the
you're button,
7
you're
of
small
diamonds
blind.
or
Cool.
something, you're in a lot of trouble.
Unfortunately, Patrick just doesn't have enough to call him with here. But we move on.
I'm just going to leave my chips all
maybe
spread out.
leave
If
these
you want
chips
to
to
know
the
what I have,
side.
just count your own
Is that
stack.
okay?
all right.
I'm just kidding. I'm not
Classic.
Oh, he was joking.
That'd be
a
messed
little
up,
bit, I
man.
guess. It's kind of an idea when you have this many chips on the table to leave some to the side stacked and be like, okay, I know that this is like, and like almost have 2 stacks to work off of. Like, I feel like I've seen that before. And And so we see Anthony here with the 9-3. This is where we get to see, is he going to play most of his hands here, as he correctly does? And as we talked about earlier, not a strong hand. Working it into a raising range is, I think, pretty nice with like offsuit deuces, offsuit threes, and then a lot of your strong hands.
50 or
maybe win
15?
some of the other stuff. Generally, you do want to raise more suited hands the deeper you are.
Patrick finds a 3-bet, man. Nice.
Yeah,
I'd have called 15.
9-3, not going to stand.
Of course.
Notably, Patrick's size there was pretty massive. Heads up. I mean, going 50 million, 10 big blinds, over a 2 big blind
Gonna pull a
open.
muscle reaching
I
this
mean,
far.
you are out of position,
know,
but
right?
you want to probably go a little bit smaller, maybe
Yeah.
something along the 7 or 8 big blind mark, maybe even 6. But you are out of position, so you do want to go a little bit bigger than if you're in position. I think King 9 of diamonds, like 30 big blinds.
said
deep
you
is
won that
actually
one in,
really good hand selection.
You
You're
told me
getting
you
better
won
to
one.
Vegas.
That was Vegas?
Yeah,
WPT, right?
No, it was just a Win Classic, not WPT.
Oh, right. Well, at the win. That's what I meant.
yeah, yeah. But I chopped it 3 ways, so I didn't. This is my first time playing heads up in a live tournament. Well, like
win.
for like big money, obviously.
12 mil. Nice. Me too, obviously.
Anthony, always honest.
Honest ant, baby. I'm
Basically
pointing
heads up,
that.
actually,
Yeah.
I'm
my
going
two
to trade.
buddies
I think
all
you
the
might have said it
time,
first.
uh,
But we're,
it's like
we're trademarking
in my
honest
early
ant.
20s. Just like cash heads up, not tournaments.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But yeah, those were the days. All right, so I am.
Look how far you've come, man.
Yeah, man, I'm
Honest Patrick coming in with an
I like it.
intimidation
I
tactic,
love
saying he
poker.
has a heads
From
up
playing
experience.
$5 tournaments online 2 days ago and
My
taking
first one.
into-
I told you that was my first one.
You did. You told me that for sure. Take it down.
Let's go.
Should I look?
Yeah, you were ahead for sure. If not,
And
I'd
not to be
surprised.
understated,
3 high?
Anthony coming back from 2.5
pretty
big
close. I
blinds
had a
at
3.
100, 200K.
Yeah, so 3, 4.
It's just so
4
insane. And against this guy,
maybe
like I
call
just
maybe like
can't.
3, 5.
You know, it's
No,
just
it
you
was
can't
like
write a
3,
better
7,
story
3,
than that. really.
Gapper.
And this is not me downplaying or talking badly, because I think Patrick has played very well on this final table. But this is a guy with just $6,000 on his Hendon Bob
Yeah,
currently.
yeah.
Currently in the running for $283,000 first prize and basically playing heads up for $96,000. I mean,
Yeah,
dude,
clearly
this is
a
what
cash
dreams are
game
made
player.
of.
It's
Yeah.
insane. Like, you know, he's probably
12
like
mil?
here maybe to play like 2-5, and he's like, you know what? I'm gonna fire the 500, and
do
then
it.
all of a sudden,
Here we are.
Jack 8 here. I think that you mix between
Call.
open, and I'm spitballing heads up. I play heads up a fair amount, but not enough to call myself an expert. It's
Sure.
very complex, but I think that you're splitting a lot of stuff. But like a suited Jack 8 seems pretty nice to have mixed in there.
Lots of spades
For
in
like
play.
30 big blinds, yeah.
Yeah,
And then the
it-
shorter you get, more you want to be raising offsuit stuff and calling suited.
I know that heads up, these suited kings actually go
Another
up in
12.
value a ton.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna see a queen 9-6 flop. Not much for Anthony here, but Patrick gonna continue.
Yeah, with the gut shot. Both players have spades, made spades less likely, no spades on the board. This is a pretty like draw heavy board. Like if you're going to be floating king high, it's like a pretty good one. He has a lot of gut shots, 7-5, jack 10, heads up. Do have to find those floats, but I think that we prefer to have backdoor spades in order to completely want to continue. But I don't think it's out of question on like a queen 9-6.
No, I'm big, right?
Have an over to the board as well. See if Patrick goes with the leave the chips there strategy. Looks like he's making an effort to stack up those beautiful gold chips. All those need is like the BetMGM lion in the middle or something.
That would be pretty sweet.
I don't know how
wouldn't
you
it?
pull it off. I'm not a designer.
I don't know, but that would be pretty sweet.
All right, so stacks are starting to even up a little bit. Patrick has won, I think, most of the heads-up hands so far here. He's sitting with about, what, 35 big blinds?
Yeah. We're only a few hands in. We really haven't seen the cards yet to have a big collision. Pretty standard that, you know, chips are just kind of getting traded a little bit here early on.
We're gonna play it out.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
We're playing it out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we
Thank you.
appreciate it. Yeah, thank you.
What'd you make it?
10 million. Just a mini
Tournament
click.
director trying to
A little min
provide
click?
bit
I
more
have a hand that can
information,
withstand a min click.
that somebody would have to win the trophy.
There we go.
since
Let's play some poker.
Let's go, bro.
Patrick winning 9-7 doing it, I agree.
I love these guys.
Oh yeah. No, they have. These are the two guys that have had like the best like table talk
Yeah.
with each other the whole final table too, which is great. Like again, they have seemed so comfortable.
Yeah.
Patrick was 6,000 on Hendon.
Yeah.
6 million?
I mean, it's crazy.
I go 18
And
million.
here we see Anthony coming in from the raise from the button. And it's actually a pretty interesting flop because after Patrick defends, he's going to hit second pair, and Anthony's going to hit
18?
diamonds, so
Cool.
or a diamond draw. So this is very, very interesting.
So we saw a bet of 6 million and then the raise to 18, the 3x raise. So now we got 12 big blinds in the pot, flush draw out there. And it is worth noting, like your 7x does need some protection, even as a second pair. Sometimes it is an idea to raise like your second pair of like sixes, sevens, eights, nines. And here we see Patrick pick up a gut shot, Anthony pick up a pair.
All in.
This exact card might slow down.
Oh my gosh,
Oh,
Patrick just ripped it in. Wow.
Yeah, I guess
on the
he
diamonds.
thought that he's good. Like,
Maybe,
for sure.
maybe he had a read. Yeah, man, that
Turn
was.
the pair with it.
But yeah,
Turn the pair. Oh, with the
they
diamonds.
put you on the diamonds.
That's a good fold.
And this is
It was a
where
5-high flush draw.
this is where timing tells play apart. Honest Dan
Oh, I'm
coming
big
in,
now,
telling
right?
him, yeah, I had the 5-high flush draw.
5-high flush
I
draw.
had to fold it to the 2.5x pot rip.
Good. How are you?
Just like I said, man, giving a little bit of information away here. Heads up for 96K, man.
Man,
I
imagine
mean,
having like a weak king there and being like,
Oh my
being
God, right?
like, does he have a combo draw?
yeah.
Maybe they
Yeah,
can
with the,
not
with the straight
break
out
down
there
the
with
chips, so we don't have to
king
do
out
this every
there.
time.
I think
Can
that
you-
the
can you do
rip
that?
might be a little ambitious.
What do you mean not?
Like, just keep them in stacks.
Oh.
You know, so like the dealers cannot. Every once in a while, if you forget, it's okay, but so
Oh, that's a
help
fair
the cause a
point.
little
Yeah.
bit.
Patrick's an innovative man.
Agreeable?
Yeah.
I don't know if I would have thought of that.
Sorry?
Well, maybe
Said
if I had to
agreeable? Yeah, yeah,
continuously
yeah.
stack up the chips,
Right, right.
I would start to be like, maybe we can make this easy.
Yeah.
And they're relying that their 20
12
stacks
mil?
are good. Maybe she'll break them down a little bit. But yeah, it's not a standard spot for a dealer.
I had a big one.
We didn't see
I
what
had a small
Anthony's
one.
cards were there, but Patrick comes in with the raise with the King Jack-O. Pretty standard. And Anthony's just gonna snap full, get out of the way.
Yeah, suited Broadway gonna do really well.
Just keep it stacked up like that. Yeah, easier for us.
Patrick's still trying to stack up those chips. And here we see two aces.
Ooh.
That ace 10 suited and ace 5 offsuit for Anthony.
And if we didn't notice already, man, Patrick has regained the chip lead here, man. Very, very
on you.
interesting.
And honestly, too, like,
Call.
heads up, these guys said we're even, whatever, but anytime that you're heads up and you think that you might be at a little bit of a disadvantage, playing a little bit more aggressive lines, more variance, it's going to be a move, too. Here we see ace 5 offsuit for Anthony.
20 million?
Raised to 20.
Coming in with the call. He might have some intentions of coming in for a limp raise here. Or maybe just limp call. Yet to be seen. Don't think Anthony was privy to know that Patrick had 9-7 there.
Call.
In order of, to know, like, I have, like, maybe an edge post-flop, perhaps. Or not. I mean, we don't know these things. We have a very small sample of hands.
After Patrick comes in for the 20 million raise, Anthony goes ahead and calls.
4 big blinds going to be fairly standard. 30 big blinds effective.
We see a queen 9-4 rainbow flop. Be a pretty standard C bet here, I think.
$25 million.
Bet 25 million.
Thank you so much.
And Announces
welcome.
25 million and just goes ahead, gets the
Continue.
fold right away.
Yeah, like 40% pot there with an ace in a raised pot, a weak ace. You start to feel not so good about it, even with a backdoor straight.
I don't know if you noticed there, but our dealer actually did keep the chips all stacked up and slid them right over to him so he doesn't have to pile up any chips anymore. Good on you.
Good deal. 10 suited here, kind of a monster blind versus blind, and Patrick with a decision with the queen.
Oh,
four.
sorry. Sorry about that.
And he lays it down.
Don't lie.
I think that's one of the hands heads up. It's just too good. I do think that you have to play it with the big blind ante out there. I would say, especially with the big blind ante, even without probably. But I mean, if he knew Anthony had queen 10 of hearts, you snap fold queen 4. Like you're
Right.
dominated. Heads up, you want to be live. Like you do not want to be in a dominated situation ever, especially on a final table too.
Yes. Just waiting for the graphics to catch up here.
It's pretty tough heads up. To when these guys are playing lightning fast too. So
Yeah.
it is quite the task.
This whole final table, honestly, there hasn't been much tanking.
No,
Guys
no.
are making decisions. I have the utmost respect for it.
Yeah, no, they've been very quick playing. Like we haven't had somebody take longer than like a minute in any spot, really.
Yeah.
Like not a difficult river, not. I mean, these guys have played fast. They've been respectful of each other's time.
Yeah. How about it, man? We're down to heads up play, just 81 hands. I mean, less than 81 hands into this. This
Yeah,
is,
it's been chalk. The
Fa-
short stack has
fast
never
and
held,
Yeah.
or won the flip. Here you see Anthony coming in, unfortunately dominated, not to his knowledge though. Patrick did just call with the ace 10 off, which is a monster hand heads up.
Yeah.
Anthony's hand here pretty good. 4-10-4 with a 4 of diamonds, as far as that's concerned. 10 of hearts turn. Both players pulling second pair with a 3 flush and a jack to a straight. You have to assume that this is not a time where you're trying to value bet a second pair. Both players pretty close.
Board pairing 9 on the river there. I don't know if we're going to see any chips go in the pot here. I mean, there might be some thought for a thin value
10
bet
million.
after the turn goes check
Make
check.
it 20 million.
Raise 20 million.
Ooh, betting a call, betting a quick call.
Bet 10 million and call. And Patrick takes it down. Anthony, unfortunately, I think value owning
Thanks.
himself.
Yeah.
Potentially going for, I don't think he bluffed. I think it was thin value.
Yeah.
10 into 35. I mean, he does have some 8s, but the problem is he also has some 9x that's going to snap call too. And
Yeah.
if he's calling a 10 that quickly too, I mean, a slight misstep from Anthony, but
Patrick really just not missing a beat here. Getting some
Yeah, I'll take a
cards,
water.
yes, but my man is.
look at that chip stack. All we need is some money on the table
Oh my
in
gosh.
between these guys,
Oh.
and
Big blind.
maybe
Sorry.
like Patrick with a cigar.
Oh, Borgata, make it
Lot
happen.
going
Make
on,
it happen. Get the bricks of
Been a
money
long
in the
day.
middle.
Been a long couple of days. I'm good, thank you.
Maybe the trophy on the table too. I mean, it looks great in that showcase. It's a little bit blinded by the light, I guess you
Yeah,
could
it's
say.
a
or-
clear
yeah,
trophy, so it's
yeah.
kind of tough. Whatever's
Yeah.
behind it is just gonna.
Maybe
be
the
there.
trophy on the table, but
Yeah,
right in the middle.
I like it.
We see the drink table of a fallen comrade
Oof.
sitting in the middle there. Unfortunately, unlucky drink table too. I wouldn't be grabbing that.
Yeah, I
one.
wouldn't be touching. I wouldn't even be touching that bad boy.
Well, that was like in the 800. There's this guy. He said it was one of his first tournaments. He bought a pair of sunglasses to use them. Busted really shortly in. Had the sunglasses sitting on the table. Said, I don't want these sunglasses. I bought them only for this tournament. Does anybody want them? I said, I don't want them.
I don't want
He
those.
lost like jacks versus queens. I'm like, no, sir, I don't want those. Like you could. And then he set them on a
Wow.
table. He said,
Big one?
somebody will
I
grab
haven't
them.
had one in like
Yeah,
10
poor
hands.
soul.
That poor soul who picks up those.
Hey,
And the 4 deuce takes it down
at
with.
least he didn't have a big hand.
I think the
I
9
guess that's right.
I think that these guys might be slightly over folding pre-flop, but
Yeah, maybe.
only
big.
only because there's the big blind ante. But I mean, you have to be also as Anthony too. Like Patrick's been fairly sticky with those smaller hands. You have to come in with some bluffs. You know, they don't make a good hand a lot, so it is a lot tougher. But also,
12
if you
million?
hit, you hit.
Yeah.
Let's see if we can dance.
2 offsuit connectors
cannot.
to battle potentially. Maybe 4.
Ah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
just
I
messed
mean,
it up
first
for
is
you.
a 2.4x maybe, but yeah, it's a
I did
pretty
have
big
one that
sizing
time.
to be honest.
I had
with the,
garbage.
King Jack,
Garbage.
they're about. I think now they were
That was the
26
best hand
big
I've
blinds
seen
effective
heads
that
up
hand.
so far.
Maybe a little bit big, and you scare away
Jack
some
off?
hands that,
Oh,
like that.
oh,
that
wow,
you,
you're really running bad.
Have,
I haven't had shit.
pretty beat.
I've been fucking opening with 5 high.
Here we see the Dirty Diaper versus a beautiful Ace
I'm
King of
having a fun
Spades.
time, huh?
I'm having a blast.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
great.
the Diaper
I
might
think
be
we
a
just
hand,
became best friends.
unless if you're Nicholas Rigby.
Cinderella
Shout
story,
out,
man.
shout out, Nick.
Cinderella
Rigby.
story.
Yeah,
Love it.
he's also here grinding
I
the
did see.
Borgata.
I
Yeah,
did see
yeah.
Nick at the Borgata Winter
15
Open. Let's
mil?
go.
Yeah, GTO Diaper on Twitter. 2 deep main event runs.
All the
back-to-back
stars.
years.
All the stars are here, guys. Make it down.
Yeah, I actually have a slightly fun story. I was playing the.
That's a good fold right there.
Well, not playing with him, but playing with one of his friends, and
Took a lot.
he comes over with like a drink at like
Very
2
good.
a.m. in the $600 bounty, and all of a sudden his friend like 3-bets for like the first time in a while. I'm like, no way he has it. I have like pocket eights like where I'm usually not rejamming like my like 20 big blinds because I don't have a lot of fold equity. I'm like, no way he has it, and he made it like 10 big blinds too. He's like, oh, I have to call it. Like calls ace deuce off, and I'm like, dude, it's a Rigby factor, man. Like Rigby walks in, you're gonna be getting a little bit more spicy.
100%.
And then he's like, I'm gonna have to remember that for next time. Like, that was the Rigby factor.
The Rigby factor's real.
Yeah, Rigby
Pretty
also
fun on this
notably,
table, right?
around
Putting these
30,
things in here. It's like, you know, we've
bread and
watched so
butter
many of
scuffle.
these, and it's cool to.
I did see this as
cool to,
well,
like,
man.
put them, like,
Drama
like the
at the
pros do.
Borgata.
We see 7-3 from Anthony going into the bin.
All right, so now I was getting nothing for a while and folding. So when I open every hand now,
You're gonna have it?
You're gonna think that I just have it.
Yeah.
Honest hand.
Honest hand, back at it. Oh, could see a collision here,
A
guys.
bad time for the table talk.
Yeah, wow. Again, from my understanding, in heads-up play, suited kings go up in value quite a bit. Don't know if Patrick is thinking that right now, but I assume
12
he's going to
million.
come in for a raise from the button, and Anthony just has the birds, man. This is
So Anthony, 23 big blinds. It is a thought to trap aces. heads up.
yeah.
If you're not going to come in with
30
a
million?
3-bet strategy,
I had a
30
feeling you were
light,
gonna play back at me that
then
hand.
aces, you could trap. But I mean, also 3-betting aces.
This is-
never bad either. But like blind versus blind, there are spots where
Nice hand.
you do trap, especially the shorter you get, the
I
more
had
that
it.
you trap,
Yeah?
the more likely your stacks are going in.
I had a feeling it was
Patrick's
coming.
just
I
gonna
think
find a
that's-
quick fold there with
I
the
knew
king
I should have just
Dewey.
limped there.
Still with your read, man.
Yeah, I mean, I also think by Anthony.
I had a good. Honestly, I had a hand worth raising and heads up.
Post
I think.
flop, we haven't seen
too.
Patrick be like some
Oh, okay,
super,
good.
I had like the nuts heads
for lack
up.
of a better
basically.
term,
All
like
right,
spicy
that's-
boy.
that's
is
great
like
to hear.
what
Yeah.
What my friends say, he hasn't been like a spicy
Absolute
boy to like
great
be
thing to
trapping
hear.
him with aces. or anything.
Right. Yeah, we haven't
Like-
seen a ton of 3-bets, so it's going to look super strong.
So it's on me
for
now?
there.
The 10 deuce offsuit. I mean, we could do it for Doyle here.
Always do it for Doyle.
Yeah, I'd lost a lot of money. The unfortunate day that
12.5?
Doyle passed away trying to win a hand with 10 deuce.
We've all been there, my friend. We've all been there.
Coming in for a bigger sizing might chase away a much superior hand, and it does.
Wow.
I think like King 3 offsuit at these stack depths could make a nice
How's the
3-bet
show?
bluff if you're
I like it.
looking
pretty
for
boring,
ideas
honestly. We
like
haven't fucking done
25 big
anything.
blinds, 20 big blind range.
You
The
got-
ace X becomes a lot better, and whereas that could be your bluffs before.
You said you're free rolling.
Honestly, Fiji's my.
Offsuit King X, where it doesn't make a great call. Quick Fiji ad, and now we're back
Yeah.
to the action.
Shout out Fiji.
I got 12 million.
With Patrick. 8-7 on two.
Call.
Oh, and I just want to say I did buy a Fiji water for Andrew Porter, the guy who finished mine. He's $8.50. Not expecting that back anytime soon.
No. Now, my question would be if he had an unfortunate bust in ninth, is that a lucky Fiji? Like that got him there? When did you buy him the Fiji?
I bought him it with 12 people left. I don't think it was a lucky
I'm
Fiji.
sorry, I don't think that's a lucky Fiji.
No, if he would have won the event, though, I think that Fiji would have been worth, like,
Yeah.
Hear that noise?
maybe like 1,000.
Sounds like an airplane or something.
Yeah, it sounds like a car.
I
like
think
next to
I
it.
think like Ollie Najad would agree with me too.
I would say so.
10 mil.
Norman Chad.
Yeah. So here we are, guys. Anthony holding the queen 5 with the queen of spades. Patrick holding the 8-7 with the 7 of spades. And we're going to see a 6 king deuce all spade board.
25?
I'm sorry,
25
Patrick
million?
raised to
with the
25
worst
million.
of it, going ahead and leading out. And Anthony's going to make the call here. Oh, he's going to
Oh,
raise.
raise.
Now we see the spiciness coming into play here.
And with Patrick, I mean, it's an idea that he has like a, he could hit runner, straight draw. Just a spade is going to be good in this specific scenario, but you're getting raised by a lot of better spades
I was just
usually,
pausing for the
even though it's a
photo.
small raise. Like, and small raise is
I hope
good
they
on
got a
a
good
monotone
one.
board, I think.
Me too. I didn't hear it click, so I don't know if you did.
Well played. Oh, he was posing for a photo. That's why we saw the longest tank of the stream.
Am I big?
Yeah, well, that's great. Put on a little show.
That and double play boards.
Want to look good in the media photos.
But yeah, guys, I mean, definitely, if you got $2,200, there's still some qualifiers online on BetMGM for the $2,200, $2 million guaranteed mystery bounty, which is the next main event that will be live streamed. I mean, that is going
my bad.
to definitely be a blast. Playing in big field mystery bounties is awesome. I had a deep run in one, and it was one of the most fun experiences. Anticipating the treasure chest at the WSOP to open. Here you're opening an envelope. It's a lot of fun.
And guys, make sure you check the schedule too, because not only are there online satellites, there are in-person satellites. I have,
Especially for the main.
yeah, especially for the main. There's multi-seat satellites where you can win a ticket to multiple
Oh, I
events.
almost made it
I was
40.
lucky enough to satellite into both the 800 and this very event. And yeah, guys, get down to the Borgata.
I see
Get
it.
down to
Thank
the
you.
Borgata. Tons of action.
So who's the chat rooting for? I wonder who the chat thinks is going to win. I mean, Patrick's almost 2-1 chip leader now.
Yeah.
Has actually made some way.
Yeah.
Heads up, but we got Anthony the Kid coming back from the 2.5 big blind. I mean, we might be getting that story wrong. We couldn't confirm
tides turn?
audio-wise if it was Anthony
You
or
getting no
Patrick.
cards?
My
on?
understanding
six
from what the
dudes there.
chat is saying, and I'm only going off of that, but my
Yeah.
understanding is that yes, this
Yeah.
monster hand happened earlier on in the
Six deuce
tournament
off.
between Patrick and
like
Anthony, the
that
two
being
guys
that
who were
extra,
both heads up, and my understanding is that Patrick was down to
Oh, it was
just I
Patrick.
believe
Okay.
he was
It
just
was
he
hard.
down
It was
to
hard
just
to
two
tell.
big
We kind of
blinds.
made an assumption.
Yeah.
So okay, so it was Patrick.
My understanding is that
Well,
Patrick was down to
Now
just
we have the comeback man. You know.
I've got a comment in the, again, I'm just going off the comment section here, but it says these guys played a massive pot where Sunglasses guy, they're talking about Anthony, sucked out with just 65 left, and that was leaving
thought you were about to
Patrick.
give me
Okay, so it was
a
Patrick.
walk.
Patrick
that
down
that
to
was
just
down
two-
to
that
two and a
would've
half.
been
So
beautiful. Yeah.
Patrick's a grinder. Okay, well I'm sorry that we
that bad?
No, I
scuffed
hadn't
the
looked
story a
before.
little bit, but now we have the right
Yeah.
storyline for Poker.org too.
Let's go.
I mean, listen, anytime that you can come back like that, it's a great feeling.
Oh my God, yeah. If you just final table, if you make top 15, you feel great after a spot like that with 65 left. I mean, to get to a point where you're heads up with the chip lead, I mean, this is
So no wonder I had said it was destiny that Anthony would win because of that.
Yeah.
No wonder Patrick's been
right.
pulling the
Right.
sled here per se. And here we have Patrick with second pair here of nines. Anthony with the ace high flush draw. He puts in about a bet of 40%, 35%. Imagine Patrick does nothing but call here potentially. We did see a spicy raise with the second pair earlier, but I think call's good. And on the river, Anthony might have some ideas of bluffing, but instead he gets there.
Yep.
Now, what size on a 4 flush Can you get Patrick to call his 9 here? We saw him call the
10 million?
fourth pair on a 4 flush to about a bet of a third. Oh, Patrick gonna lead out,
Oh no.
and that is going to be raised and put him to a decision. And if it's not raised, the 4 would get it. In case anybody didn't know, when you have the nuts, you do have to raise.
That is a that
Now, if you chop, you don't have to. But
right.
if you have the nuts, you have to raise.
Got to raise.
I don't know about heads up though.
52-5.
Maybe it's not illegal heads up.
This is high level strategy, guys. You don't get that everywhere. If you have the nuts, you're
Felicia?
supposed to raise.
Jack of
Yep.
spade.
And,
Patrick snap fold, so he does
yeah,
not think
nice
Anthony.
bet.
Oh,
Yep.
he made it chunky though.
Yeah.
Anthony went for the size
thinking about
that
going into
only a
check
flush is
calling
going.
mode there.
When you
But I
when you go for a
didn't know how much you were gonna
5.2
bet.
x
I wouldn't have minded
you're
a check
almost
call,
hoping
but a
to
check
fold.
raise, I would
Right.
have been.
He's just trying to get
little
value from other
upset.
flushes. He doesn't expect any
still
queens
called,
to
though.
be
He
calling
had a
here.
flush?
And honestly, it's
Yeah.
probably a good line after Patrick
I'd-
leads
I'd
that
have
that flop
Right.
because in that it looks a
I
lot
wasn't
like
putting you
Patrick
on
is
that big
trying
of
to
a
get
card when you just
value
Yeah,
out of
that's
a smaller
Yeah,
flush.
or
Those
out
guys
of like a
attract me
queen for
sometimes.
2
Right,
billion.
right.
You know, like it's a fairly. I mean, it's a 2 big
Am I
blind
big?
lead.
Yeah.
You know, he might just be like, hey, maybe a queen will pay me. Maybe
Yeah.
Well, I guess he had Jack. Well, he had Jack 9. I don't know. He had second pair, but anyway, like maybe it was a bluff
Nonetheless.
or a block bet. Block
12
bet
million?
is the right term. And that's the hope that you don't get bluffed. But then when you get raised, it's a little tougher.
Not much. That's good.
And here we see Patrick
made it
dominate
12.
with a 69, with 6-9 offsuit. Anthony with ace-9 off. Anthony now with the chip lead. I think
35?
for the first time in heads up since we started heads
Yeah.
up.
And this is
Coming in for a this is a 3-bet for value with the ace-9. Once you have like some of and also like it doesn't play
I think that's why you did that.
insanely well post flop, so it's kind of both. But it's
To
kind of one of
play-
those. If he puts it back
Why would I
over
prefer to
top,
play out of position?
you almost
No, you
kind
wanna
of
either
you don't
fold.
have to go with it. You do fold, but it's like it really sucks if he comes back over.
And I
top
will,
with a
because I
hand
have
this
9
good.
high.
and Patrick is doing some accounting, but I think he's
9
just
high
having a little
too?
funeral for his hand.
No, you had king 9 of diamonds.
Anthony.
Ace
The,
nine
the
of
first
diamonds.
time, did he say, was that Anthony that said he had 9 high and
Figured if
flipped
I
over
said
the
the king, you
9?
would've showed it, so I had to say the ace.
Honest Dan, don't do that, man.
Now, are
We
you
were-
sure it was Anthony?
It might not have been.
Okay.
History
Because,
tells us that Anthony did nothing but tell the
you know,
truth.
these
but-
guys, they kind of. I mean, maybe it's just me. They sound a little similar.
A little
and then,
bit, yeah.
And then
no, you're
also
right.
the lip movement's a little bit delayed, just a little bit delayed. And so you add those two things in, and you're not exactly
Yeah,
sure.
I'm sorry.
Right.
who's who. Like I'm trying to figure out.
Bear,
it's a good
bear with
problem.
us,
Good-
folks.
good
We're
call.
we're following right along with you guys.
And when I figure out who's who, I
I'm
will
the
let
big
you
blind.
guys know. And that might be an hour from now. And
okay.
if I say I know who's who.
Here we have 2 hands that I believe are going to.
Is this okay, or should I stack
chips
a
in the
few
middle
more?
here?
Yeah.
Clash.
Oh, that's good, yeah.
Anthony definitely going to open up a suited ace from the button, I would think.
Jack 10 suited, such a good hand.
Such a good hand.
Heads up.
Yeah.
It's like in like super solver
million.
land, you like raise call this hand. Like it's that good. Like heads up. Like you're supposed to like 3-bet for value, and then if they put you in, you still have enough equity against almost anything. Like, but that's assuming that they have like a king 7
40
off
million?
or something of those sorts to 4-bet back in.
Anthony, as predicted, coming in for the raise from the button, and it looks like Patrick puts in a fairly chunky
Yeah,
3-bet.
so that's it's a good value.
Yeah.
Anthony might be thinking. I wonder if Ace Deuce is a 4-bet rip here. I wonder if it does well as a call. I think that call is probably good, but if you don't think that Patrick's been 3-bet bluffing you that much, Ace Deuce kind of shrivels up. Like you're against a lot of like Ace Queen, Ace King. Like I don't blame a fold, but I think a call with a hand this good is probably mostly in order. But he, if he would have known like the king 9 suited 3-bet earlier.
My hand or my head was at call or 3-bet. Seems like the
Yeah.
only options here, but he does find the fold. Okay.
Yeah, like you'd only seen him
I was
3-bet like
advanced.
Ace King,
Yeah.
and
Had a
and
pretty
you know
big
you're just
hand.
not doing well against like a very
Pair or
strong
no?
3-bet range.
Right.
No, not a
That being
pair,
said,
but
we see the
Ace or
cards
no?
and Patrick coming
No.
in for I think
I
what I
folded
think
a
30 big
pretty
blinds
okay hand.
effective
Gave you respect
is a
that
really
time.
nice
you.
value.
Sometimes
You
with
don't look like a guy who has it much, but sometimes you just have to
gonna
by
want some
like the
3-bets.
math.
yeah,
And
you know. You remind me so much of one of my high school buddies, man. It's crazy. happy to hear that.
Just like the way you
That
guys
was
talk
Anthony
and
saying, "You don't
look
look like a
and
guy who has
everything.
it all."
Nice. It's good. Brings back
And
memories.
here we are,
huh?
man. Right back
Not
with
good
it. Now we're
ones.
picking
Oh,
up some
sorry.
hands here.
Yeah.
Patrick definitely going to
Joke.
open up the button with two
Joke,
Broadway
joke.
cards, and yeah, Anthony has got a lot of hand in the big blind here.
Okay.
And off of a fresh swing into the chip lead. See him put in a 3-bet of his own here.
12 mil.
Raised to 12 million.
Yeah, so these guys, you know, they're 40, close to 40 big blinds effective right now, so pretty deep. I think Queen Jack good enough of a hand to raise. Ace Queen coming for the call. Potentially a 3-bet call to 4-bet candidate, but again, like if you don't think that there's many 4-bet bluffs coming in, you're mostly just flipping for
20 million.
the tournament. So don't blame him for wanting to play post flop. Take it this week.
Yep.
And here we see the Jack of clubs, 9 of diamonds, deuce of diamonds. Both players holding a diamond. Patrick with top pair. Anthony's hand probably not going anywhere.
Understand that in heads-up play, you know, you can think of ace high almost as the same way as having, you know, a pair and
Yeah,
ring.
like a
you know.
bottom pair.
Right, right.
Even like second to bottom pair.
Ace high is still a very strong hand in heads-up play. Very interesting
50
turn
million.
here. So diamonds get there. Anthony holding the ace of diamonds, but Patrick has the jack of diamonds in his hand, and I'm
Wow,
gonna be very
chunky bet.
chunky bet, and I'm gonna be very interested to see what Anthony does.
Wow. I mean, if for this big of a bet, like, do you ever raise and rep like a smaller flush, rep like a 2-pair set? I mean, Patrick might still be inclined to go with it. Equity-wise, Anthony with only the nut flush draw, drawing to an ace as well, only 25%. Obviously, he's not entirely sure about that. Patrick could have like king of diamonds, queen of diamonds, taking this line with a bigger bet. We haven't seen a ton of bluffing, so it's going to be interesting to see Anthony here. I mean, this is, it's, unless it, like, it's a really tough spot.
This is a really tough
As you
spot.
can hear in my voice, it's really tough.
Really tough spot.
Like, if you think he's ever bluffing or you can get him off of a jack, you'd shove. I don't know that you're getting Patrick off of a jack with a diamond. And I don't think that it should work really either. So this is the longest we've seen somebody think about a spot, and rightfully so.
Yeah, and I mean he's facing a huge bet, so this doesn't necessarily mean weakness.
Only because I'm out of position.
Looking as
Yeah,
close, and
he's
there's
just gonna
the
let it
memorial.
go, man.
Let's see if they're honest about what they have.
No, I'm never.
Well,
folding
one
a
card
jack
flipped
two.
over, I think. So that's
Never folded a jack to me.
366.
Who do you think I'm just like coming in with
And
nothing all the
there
We're
we
time?
heads
have it.
up.
Oh, okay.
It's hard to make a pair.
And they're
Yeah,
honest to each other.
yeah.
I guess I'm an old school because I would fold a jack.
All right, guys, blinds are up. We're at 3 million, 6
That's
million
true.
now.
And I'm small.
Correct.
So Anthony asking, would you fold a jack?
yeah.
Patrick saying, no, I'm not folding a jack. Come
That
on,
would
who do you
make
think
you
I
laugh,
am? And Anthony getting the
That-
information
that-
he
that-
needed
that-
ultimately.
That moment got real quiet.
Getting the
huh?
information he needed, like, that's huge.
I had a big decision,
Knowing
honestly.
that, like,
Yeah.
I had a
wouldn't
real-
fold
I
a
had a
jack
really
there,
big hand,
like, yeah,
but I
the
didn't- I
ace
wasn't
side
there
diamond
yet.
bluff would not have.
2 overs and a
No,
flush draw.
good.
Yeah.
I had a pair and a flush
The
draw.
blinds have went up. We are now at 3 million, 6
And
million,
a
I
flush
believe.
draw. Yeah,
This
you,
is
yeah, you're
the
over.
first
I had
hand
my
there.
flush draw then.
We're
Yeah, but
about
you paired?
30 big blinds
Yeah.
effective now.
Would have been like our
So
little
stack's starting to get a
tango
little
in
short.
Paris the other day.
50-minute blind levels feels like
Probably
an
not too
eternity.
early.
Heads up,
Probably
though.
okay.
I
It
will,
really
like,
does.
Like at the rest of the final
So
table, it
it's-
doesn't feel
I'm
very
in there for
long because
12 now,
there's like
right?
a lot of
6 and
folding
6?
and this and that. But once you're battling heads up,
13
like
million?
especially in like a
Ooh.
slugfest like this one is looking like
New number.
where there's a
about that
little bit
time.
less
It's about
bluffing
that
than you
time.
normally see, or is sometimes see, like it's not like crazy, but then
35 million.
all those chips in the background is just so insane.
Anthony came in for the raise, and I think I heard Patrick say the words, "It might be that time," and then put in the 3-bet.
So what should I leave?
Not a fun
3
spot
mil?
with the king 3. Gonna find the muck pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't mind seeing the raise. It's just a sad raise. So.
Yeah.
This is a battle, bro.
It is. We've been going for a while.
I like it. It's really fun.
I told you, the
Having a good
50-minute
time?
blind levels
I am
yeah,
having a
feels
good
like
time.
eternity.
And not only that,
can't
but these
complain,
guys
man.
have been here
Life is good.
since
Yeah, life is
11
good.
a.m. this morning.
Yeah.
They had quite a bit of play that had to happen before they could even make the live stream final table. So these guys have been playing for a hot minute. This is a spot where longevity and
How much?
stamina
I just
are
said
really going
thank
to
you
come
to
into
her.
play here, man. How many long battles sessions have you had? Where
gonna
you're able to
call.
stay focused.
So Patrick wondering how much Anthony has, maybe thinking about a jam with the deuces. It's not out of the question. 25 big blinds deep, heads up. It's one of the few hands that you might think about an open jam, like deuces, ace deuce, ace nine offsuit maybe, or some of the hands that you start thinking about a jam first.
So
Heads up.
he's going to limp the button here, and Anthony's just going to check his options. C3, ace 4 5. Anthony jumping into the lead, hitting second pair here.
It's like the exact flop we saw earlier when
Yeah.
Patrick had the fours against the ace 10 that somebody had, and then he turned the
20 million?
gut shot.
I got a
Not this
decision.
Yeah, he's going to drill
It's a
2
big
pair on
bet.
the turn, and Patrick.
Feels like a value
Yes, you
bet.
do.
And see, deuces just doesn't play well
No.
post flop.
It's kind of a decision. Pair heads up.
That's why you start to see the heads up
5.
experts that
You
start
raise, I'm done.
shoving that hand. 25 big blinds effective. You're usually running yourself into a flip. Hard to have a pocket pair heads up.
I am the
Problem is you're using
Big blind.
$12 million.
But that's why you have a few other hands in the shoving range if you have one.
You want it like that? Stack them too? Oh, nice. Need me to move these up?
We have queen jack offsuit for Patrick here, and yet to see what Anthony has in the graphics. So, queen of diamonds, jack of clubs
15 million?
for Patrick.
15
Again,
million?
can't see Anthony's cards. They're a little bit off of the reader there. Maybe he'll square them up and we can get
This
a
is fun. I guess we have a lot
a
of
firm
blinds.
reading on what they are.
Anthony's going to come in here for a raise from the button. We're playing this right along with you guys. Don't know what his cards are quite yet. So he's
Heads
gonna-
up is pretty hard to guess too.
yeah, it literally could be
A
anything.
2.5x. He's had some weaker hands. He's had stronger hands. It's tough to know.
Patrick coming in for the call.
So again, now we're like 27 big blinds to start the hand. Already have 6 big blinds in the middle, so starting to get down to it.
Am I wrong?
We see the dealer still keeping the big stacks present when she can here to give back to the players when they win. Easier to stack the chips. And this
Check for
should
the
be a
razor.
good card, good board for the razor, kind of. Only thing is
6
that
million?
you have less nut flushes because the ace of hearts is
Wrong suit again.
He goes for 6 million, just a one,
Yeah, one big blind, like
pretty standard.
it's pretty tough. Like you for that price, you have to start defending some like queen high, king high hand. It's really tough. All of your hearts, pretty much, heads up. Even your baby hearts, and then all of your pairs to that size. Just to clear the MDF, but that might be like the exact hand that
Yeah.
wins, so.
And I like what Anthony does here. Really small bet on the monotone flop. I think is a good option.
Here we see on the button the 6-4 suited for Patrick, and Anthony with ace-9 offsuit, 30 big blinds effective. Seems like these players are mostly coming in for raises, but here we come in for the call. Which with this exact hand, there's an idea.
And Anthony can absolutely find some raises out of the big blind here, but I like mixing a check in.
$7 million.
7 million.
And so we see him hit bottom pair here, Patrick that is. Anthony gonna lead out here from the big blind. Slightly unconventional, but this is the kind of board that does hit the caller pretty decent. Less so than the razor. Out of the question.
Heads up.
Patrick comes to call.
King on the turn. Ace high is just so good. It's very tough to want to bluff it heads up. I'm not saying that you never
12
should.
million.
Usually you have enough showdown. Like even I mean, he's blocking a 9, so like blocking like an 8-9, something of that nature. But usually it's good enough not to turn into a bluff. I mean, unless if he has like this exact hand. Obviously. I mean, it's all hand dependent, but in theory.
He's going to continue here for 12 million. Patrick comes call again. Anthony probably not feeling too great here. May shut down on a lot of
I would
rivers.
assume a 9 definitely shutting down. Maybe an 8 or a 5, a 4.
Oh,
maybe?
and Patrick makes 2 pair on the river.
I mean,
Okay. Anthony going to find a quick check, though.
so 2
50
pair here
million?
for Patrick.
50?
Yeah.
Bet 50.
What value? Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Once he bets 2 streets is you know
You had 8-9.
really
you
hard
had
to
the
find the hero
Yeah.
with ace.
I didn't have 8-9.
Like and having
I
a
didn't have
9
a
in your
street.
hand's
I had
not
2
good
pair.
because like the 8-9 is going to be like the most prominent
Oh.
hand in his range or 8-5
5-8 was a
maybe,
straight.
which you know you don't block that. But I'm just saying
Right.
like blocking the 8-9 not great, and that's definitely like in a limping
I
range
had 2 pair. How about you?
of Patrick.
Ace-high.
Ace-high?
I had outs, though. I had a gut shot.
Ace high, honest ant.
Is this right?
Honest
How much
hand
are we at?
and honest Patrick. I had 2
36
pair.
are the blinds.
He said he had outs.
Yeah.
Insinuating that Patrick hit the river 2 pair.
Guys, I can't stress this enough. There is $283,000
I
up
gave it to
top,
him. I
and they're just sharing their hands. This is what I had. No big deal. I hit 2 pair on the river. I bet
heads up. It's so valuable to know how your opponent plays heads up. It's
Well-
so valuable.
when I have 2 pair, I bet 50 million. You know, do with that info what you want.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. This 97K heads up battle,
Oh, big deal.
which is also 200 buy-ins.
Insane.
Yeah, at
Insane.
At their buy-in level, it's 200
Yeah.
buy-ins. Like
They're just casually playing heads
the
up. for
chop
200.
did seem difficult in ways, and sometimes like when it becomes difficult, you're like, no, not doing it. Like,
Let's
and that's
let's
fair.
play this out. Yeah.
Happy
It's been
moment.
such smooth sailing for the whole final table for both of these guys too that it's
Cherish
just
the happy
I
moments,
don't
huh?
blame them. You know, probably
Yeah.
both of their heads are at. You
Yeah.
know, this is I've gotten this far. Why would I chop now? You know?
Yeah. It's funny in heads up, like once there's like huge momentum swings like this, like it's like the guy that starts losing the hands is like, oh, maybe I should have chopped, and the guy winning is like, no, I feel like I got a handle on this. Like
Right.
Patrick saying at 230 million, starring heads up at like 130 million.
And Anthony doesn't have the chip lead anymore, but is not slowing down. He is really attacking a lot of these flops.
I thought that 5 was a 6, and that would have made my
Maybe a little
hand
bit of Hollywood,
entirely
maybe
different.
thinking a little bit.
I
but
understand.
With only 3 big blinds in the pot, I don't think that you
Saw that?
called 10.
But worth noting, you know, again, not claiming to be a heads-up specialist by any means,
must
but
have missed it. I must have
from
missed
what I
it.
I had 9,
understand,
10.
you know, being at like essentially the stone bottom
Oh,
of
you
your
saw it?
range,
Like
like
you showed
Anthony
it?
was
No,
there with
like-
the 4 deuces,
No, like
is
they're
where you
watching
want to
from
be
out
finding
there.
some of those
So when I said
leads.
that,
That's
I
my understanding of
understood
it.
why that made that
You
hand a
know,
lot
the top of your
different,
range,
small
and,
blind.
and essentially the stone bottom of your range. So
Definitely on draw heavy boards.
Yeah.
Betting your top pair, sometimes your middle pair that needs the protection.
12 million?
Queen Jack suited, a beautiful heads up hand. We're not privy to Anthony's hand here, but he does go for a min raise off of about 25, 26 big blinds.
40 million.
Raise 40 million.
So Patrick raised the Jack 10 suited,
You're too good,
and
man.
again suited Broadway. Patrick.
I'm just
thinking,
running like God.
my hand's really good.
Every
heads
time
up.
I don't have anything,
is.
you just snap raise me.
It is.
yeah,
Too good. All right. 6 million?
Honest ant. Coming in and saying anytime he doesn't have a hand, he gets raised.
yeah. I believe that was Patrick that said.
Oh,
I'm just running like God.
Right. Hear a cough in the background. Somebody get that guy a cough drop.
15 mil?
So Queen Jack of Hearts again for Patrick. I don't think that the graphics are wrong. He looks
Two
like
hands
he's
in a row.
interested. So
Yeah.
Queen Jack of Hearts coming back to him. Queen 7 offsuit versus a 2.5x does a little bit get worse, especially if you think like he's only
That's my
raising
big blind, right?
that sizing with a better, with his stronger hands, and it's going to shrivel up a little bit more. Now, if you have that read, then you just you fold. But Queen 7, known as the computer hand, in the 50th percentile as hands go. So right stone in the middle in terms of hand strength there.
Now, I had seen Anthony defending most everything to a
I
single
hope we end
raise
in time for the
there,
restaurants to still be
especially even
open,
just
'cause I
having a
haven't eaten
Broadway
since
card in his hand.
breakfast.
I'm surprised.
Thank you for that.
Maybe not
information.
surprised, but I guess
You're
it's
welcome.
interesting to see that he's kind of finally slowing down a little bit as he kind of loses a
not
little
gonna
bit more of
play
that
any
chip lead
differently.
and saying,
Yeah,
hey,
or
I'm
he's
going
a
to
little
conserve
price
a little bit
sensitive
more.
too.
Sure, sure.
Like
I don't think you have a
2.5x
choice over
versus
that.
2x. Like
Sure.
some,
If you're
you
like,
know,
you
your
know what I
offsuit
mean?
hands
It's
are
just- you
going to do
can't- you
worse
can't
against a
help it.
bigger
It's like-
size.
I honestly
Saying,
have no
listen,
idea what
I
time it
do
is.
have a price.
I don't either,
Against a
actually.
min raise, I'm probably calling against 2.5x. You can read into stuff sizing wise. That's
Absolutely.
why you see a lot of guys
6 mil.
changing it up here and there, like trying to confuse their opponents in terms of ranges.
Patrick hitting bottom pair. Andy holds a club.
Single big
Going
blind.
to go ahead and lead out
17.5.
here.
Raised to
Ooh.
17.5 million.
Wow.
Yeah, so for one big blind with a gut shot,
See, I could
it's probably
fold
close.
pairs.
Yeah, the raise I like.
Yeah, I like this a lot.
For a
especially if you have
gentleman,
backdoor
would have been the
diamonds. I
wrong
really
fold,
like.
but
For a single big
I'm
blind,
still gonna do it.
might be close to a call. I'm not sure. One of those ones it probably is pretty indifferent between call, fold,
Yeah.
raise. I like the raise though, especially considering he didn't get raised pre-flop, makes ace X less
And
likely.
a little
I
bit.
mean, Patrick also raising it. Not that Anthony can see it, but raising suited Broadway makes that board less good for Patrick.
As we look at the chip counts here, 39 bigs for Patrick, 25 for Anthony. Patrick just really, really controlling that lead, doing really, really well. Both of these guys are playing excellent as far as I'm concerned.
just go all in blind next time?
Patrick has just
Absolutely
not only
not.
been the recipient of some good cards, but
No fun, man.
has also
But you
hit
want him to
pressure
eat.
points
Yeah.
very, very well where he
I
needs
don't-
to.
The
Look, I can
9-7 hand was a
I
big
go a
turn
long way
Yeah.
without
where
eating. I want to play.
2x,
I made it
2.5x
12.
shoves the
that
turn
12?
on a flush draw and straight also possible,
Great find.
but also just saying,
13.
I think you have a
'Cause
flush
that's what
draw.
Yep.
That could be a
13's
timing
good
tell, that
number.
could be
13's a good
intuition.
number.
Yeah.
Well, he's trying to deny
Put it in
equity,
there.
and there might be smaller sizings that also deny equity, like something like pot, but then you can
Yeah, I want
increase
to
the
do a
raise.
coin
We
flip
saw
for 100.
Anthony thinking really hard with the ace of diamonds on the through
Pretty good at
flush.
those.
I'm not.
It's one of those
not a
maybe
gambler.
like to close to a pot bet. One of those
I don't
where
play any of
you're
the,
not quite getting the right price
anything
to
besides
call.
this.
But here we got the
Probably
queen,
a good
queen 9
idea.
offsuit and
Yeah.
jack 7 suited.
Yeah, it's definitely.
2-heart flop.
I mean, back when I was like 18,
good
maybe.
for
But
the,
ever since then, I
jack
had to
7.
give it up.
Queen high still somewhat of a hand.
Jack on the turn could be. Okay, Anthony turns a queen. His head's in check. We went check, check. 9 on the river.
2 pair.
20 million?
Now we see. Oh,
Wow.
Anthony is
Snap
going
bets.
to take initiative. Yeah.
It didn't come.
Patrick,
Good.
unless if he's
Pretty good.
raising. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I don't know that I would. Miss flush
I
draw.
runnered you.
Did you?
That's what you're kind of
Queen
hoping
9?
Queen
your
nine,
opponent
I needed
has.
a heart.
Yeah, when you hold all
9
the
of hearts
hearts
would've been
there,
great.
it's just there's so many less bluffs coming out of Anthony.
These guys, they might remain friends after this. I don't know.
Friends for life,
Okay.
Yeah.
honestly. Remember that time we played heads up for $96,000? That was a good time.
Yeah, goofy goobers for life. Yeah, I told you my hand. You told me yours.
Yeah.
You
We
raised?
didn't lie once.
I did not.
Right.
I'm big blind.
Went and had Nobu afterwards.
Sorry.
It was great.
Oh,
Yeah.
good. Cool.
Call.
Not every day you play heads up, you know.
Yeah.
In a tournament poker like this,
Something
not very often.
something that doesn't get mentioned too often, and when we get down to 3-handed, 4-handed heads up, and chops begin to get deals begin to get spoken about, the one thing that doesn't get talked about very often is if you want to
million?
be a tournament poker player long term, if you want to make all the money, you need to be comfortable playing heads up, and you just don't get experience
Yeah.
playing heads up very often at all, if ever.
Yeah.
And so, hey, maybe the money's enticing, but that experience of being able to play live heads up is so incredibly
100%.
important.
And have you ever heard a fellow Jeremy speak on this? Jeremy Becker.
Yeah, yes, I have
So
actually.
He's the daily king at the Win. If you
Yeah.
haven't heard of him, he takes down a lot of the dailies at the Win.
Yep.
Around the $200 to $400 price point. And he came out in an article and said, "Listen, I don't chop heads up. I was told one time by I forget who that was a good pro that said they don't chop heads up or chop at all because they want the experience so that if a spot like this comes around, they have the experience.
Yep.
And so it's very valuable getting these reps.
Yeah, I may have read the same article or saw the same interview that you're speaking to, and I appreciate the thought that Mr. Jeremy Becker has, which he says one person wins a tournament.
Yeah.
If you chop a tournament, you
Yeah.
cannot win the tournament. One
anything
person gets to
liar.
win the tournament.
The
So
killer mentality.
and I love it, man. Seriously.
And then people wonder why he
I feel like
crushes.
if I do
Right.
it 100 times, she's still not
When
gonna
that man,
do it.
I would love to see like his Hendon mob
too good.
and see his first places versus his second
Yep.
places. Like I'm sure it's paid off. So here
Yep.
we see 8-6-5, both players completely missing. And now Patrick turns the ace. I would say, he's hitting a
15
few
million.
more boards. Anthony having to bluff a little bit more, it seems, in general. Does bet 15 million. Gonna run into the ace.
Snap call from Patrick. That is not a fun
And
feeling.
Patrick did raise pre-flop,
Snap
so
it a call.
ace-x going to be more
it a
present.
call.
Considering he does have a limping range, we saw it with,
Check my hand.
6-4 of hearts, etc.
Yep.
Anthony has no path to winning except for trying to bluff.
And it is going to be a tough bluff to get through if he does try here.
To be fair, a 5, a better card to bluff than an 8 or a 6.
Yep.
Patrick going to fold a 5 occasionally to 2.5x bet on the turn. But, if he doesn't have like a
35
gut
million?
shot or something like
call.
that, might be an idea.
You're good.
Ooh, and Anthony goes for it and just gets
Good hand.
snapped
Nice.
off.
Oh,
man.
35 million.
Oof.
Ace what? Queen?
That is going to be a
ace
tough
jack.
hit
So
to the
pivotal
stack.
hand.
Yeah, so
35.
Anthony going to be down to 91 million, so
Good hand.
15
Nice.
big blinds after that hand.
And-
And now you're kind of in
I was
the
like 8-6 got
shoved on
counterfeited.
yeah,
danger zone. Might have to take
if
a
you had a
flip
5, you had a
territory.
5,
Look
you
how
know?
many chips he still has. 15 big blinds.
Yeah.
It's so absurd.
and this is going to be, if I saw that correctly, I believe Patrick is now going to have roughly a 3-1 chip lead. This is the largest
did
lead
good.
we've
You
seen in
did
this in this heads-up battle so far, man.
Yeah,
Really
Patrick showed
significant
around
pot there.
300 million.
Really significant pot. And you know what, man? Seriously, credit where credit is due. It is not easy to fire off that
No.
third shell on the
No.
river when your head's up for $200,000+, man. So Anthony, look, man, it didn't get through, but dude,
Yeah.
kudos to you, sir. It is not easy to pull that trigger, man. You just kind of ran into it.
And very
guy
easily,
turned
Patrick could
ace.
have a 6 or a 5 and
Yeah.
just have to, or even a draw and just
Right.
you're snap out of there. Not saying that,
Right.
there's like some draws like King 7 that you beat too.
Yep.
Anthony here with
okay.
Ace King suited. A beautiful hand.
Unfortunately, is not going to
13
get much
million.
action after he puts these chips in the middle. Patrick just
Kind
doesn't
of the
have.
story of the heads up.
Yeah.
Oh, you got me crushed right now.
And the 9 deuce offsuit, going to be one
That
of
was
the
a
few
big hand.
hands that we definitely consider folding heads up. Close to a call there. It was a slight bulk, but still stacking those chips, very tough. The line is kind of extended when
dance.
you have that big of amount of.
I got my
chips,
shoes.
And the 9 deuce smartly folds. Yeah, put that one on Twitter. That's a quote. Can't dance. Couldn't find my shoes. So now Anthony about 17 big blinds after that hand. And these guys have been battling. It's been like almost 2 whole levels now. So
Yeah.
they're at it probably an hour and a half now.
I think we both
Heads
knew
up is exhausting,
exhausting.
too.
It's you have nowhere to hide. You absolutely have to play pots. You have to call with mediocre hands. You
Yeah.
have to think about every single decision that you're making. You know, it is not
Keep on putting it right
a
here,
walk in the
your-
park to
your
say,
pad.
especially when they come in this close and stacks.
And one of the toughest things, like as an online player, playing like 8 tables at the same time, is when you get heads up. It just you exert so much energy into that, and then it's hard to even focus on your other tables. Just because, like Jeremy said, there's nowhere to hide. Here, 10-4 suited,
13.
probably good enough for. You're gonna do more limping off of 6.
All in.
16 big blinds, but all in and take. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering why Anthony was folding that hand so quickly,
You
but it's
mean,
because
Patrick, yeah.
no. So that was Anthony came in with a raise with the 10-4, and then Patrick just snap jammed, and because I saw him coming for the raise, and then Anthony started folding his cards immediately, and I was like, wait a second,
Yeah, no,
did
it's
Anthony
just slight
fold,
delay.
or did Patrick fold the 10 or the ace 10, and he ripped it in the middle, and Anthony is not going to be able to continue there. Down to 15 big blinds.
Yeah, so, shout out to the guys that made this final table, too. We had Andrew go out in 8th, William in 7th, Casey in 6th.
Yeah.
Forget who was between 5th and 4th, but it was
Dude,
between
anytime I
Eddie
have
and
a
Philip.
hand,
I
you
forget
just
who
fucking
went which
fold every
way,
time,
but
every time.
congratulations to all of them, man. I mean, it's
Yeah.
to get through a 3,900 player field.
You have a hand when
is not
when I
an easy
bluff.
thing.
Yeah.
There's so many landmines. There's so
Running
much
good.
that needs to go right, so much that can go wrong. You're dodging bullets.
Kind of felt like it was yours.
And spinning up
that
2.5 big blinds, evidently,
kept
for
running.
Patrick.
Oh,
Long way to
Patrick.
play, I guess. Long way to play.
All right, so Queen
Do
8
the
off.
best I can. You too.
Going to be a playable hand here for Anthony. 10-9 offsuit. Probably going to either defend or check that.
Anthony coming with just a call here.
20 million more?
Patrick going to raise it up.
Yeah, so versus like a 5x, Queen 8 is going to shrivel up pretty easily.
Yep.
Versus like 3x, might be able to consider a call potentially. But versus a 5x, I think you're snap out there.
And if you guys are just tuning in
Oh, big.
here,
Oh, that hurt my feelings.
Patrick and
right there.
Anthony are playing heads up for $280,000
was getting it.
off of just a $500 entry. Oh man,
I was so sure I was
So
going
there we
to.
saw
Oh,
Philip was our 5th place finish
Oh,
for
yes.
83,000. Producers hooked us up and
unsweetened
put the
iced tea with
graphics back up.
appreciate you guys.
And then Philip was 4th place, or Eddie, and then Carlos 3rd place.
New waitress, I'm going to have to give another 5 away.
Sorry?
It's a new waitress, I'm going to have to give another 5 away.
I know I ran out of I only have hundreds left.
You want me to spot? I can.
I'm okay.
If you
thank
want something, I'll
No,
just
thank
tip for
you.
both of
I'm
us.
stocked. Thank you. Thank you.
I like this.
These guys are the best.
13.
These guys are the best. You want me to spot you a 5 for the waitress? I got you, my man. You only got hundreds left.
I mean, at this point, I would too.
Yeah.
280 I mean, I spot guys $1 all the time.
All the time,
Spotting
me too.
5 when you got 186K locked up.
Yeah.
Feels reasonable.
Feels reasonable.
Not your last
I'm
$5
so short, I can't really
for sure.
afford to
I mean, if it is
flop
right now,
on
then
6
you're
high.
running really
6
good to
high,
have
Right.
like
186K locked up.
Oh yeah, I'm the big. It's enough. It's close enough. You'll let me know if it's not.
I think it might be a million. We'll find out.
Anthony in the danger zone potentially. He has 12.5 big blinds, 7-6 offsuit versus Queen 10 suited.
Yeah, it's starting to get into the danger zone for
happening?
Anthony here. Don't get me wrong. 12,
sorry.
12 bigs
He
is
wins. He wins.
nothing to shake a finger at, but at the same time, man, it's starting to get to that point where we got to start winning some flips to really get
big again.
get back in a position where we can win this thing.
Almost down 4-1. Patrick just playing steady, maybe hitting a few more flops, but
Yeah.
I mean, really, he's just steadily when he has it, he has it.
Yeah. Where do you think the threshold
little.
is for him where essentially he starts playing for lack of a better term, like an all-in or fold strategy.
Yeah, it's like around 8 to 10.
Yeah.
8 to 10. Like around 10, you can still have some like limp traps.
Sure.
And, you know, some people like to, if people are folding too much, they still like to mix in a min raise with their strongest and weakest hands to expand the range. But this might be going in.
I was going to say, yeah, Patrick waking up with a suited king on the button, very strong hand and heads up play, and Anthony has a suited wheel ace in the big blind. This
11 big blinds.
Yeah, this could be it.
And
5, 6, 6.
no, Anthony probably
or 60 million.
I don't know if Patrick has.
Maybe a little more with that.
Tells him 60 million, and Patrick calls.
All in.
Right?
Yep.
I believe.
I did.
Graphics will confirm, but I believe we have an all-in and call situation, and Anthony going to be flipping for his tournament life. No.
It was a call.
Oh, I got faked out. I got faked out.
All good. Yeah, I think it was a call on the button from Patrick. He just flat called with the king 5, I believe it was, and
Sorry
then
for
Anthony
faking you out, chat.
Anthony snap ripped it. Yeah.
I was trying to read like the lips and everything, and that shows I'm not very good at that.
I'm so glad that you weren't playing in these chairs the whole tournament. I
don't like it, really?
No,
Sorry
I
for
like
the
the
fake out,
ones that
everybody.
we're playing with.
See what we're okay.
I've been struggling. I've been having some back, like,
Guys having a little
my
talk
back's been
about the
hurting me,
comfortability
and
of the chairs here. I think there's a little bit
the
of
other ones
disagreement.
were great.
So we're playing 13 big blinds effective. These two hands pretty good in terms of heads up.
Yeah.
13 big blinds effective.
And Anthony's kind of got that look here.
He's like, I wonder if I jam, and sir, you do.
12 million?
15 big blinds is good enough to go. Or 13 is good enough to go. Up to 15, I think.
So he goes for a min raise, and Patrick snap rips it in there.
Yeah.
And we got a call, guys.
All right.
Cards are on their back. This is it.
We're one hand early, I guess. So let's see here.
Patrick with the chip lead.
Dare I say, biggest flip of these guys.
Think I should have done
Yeah.
that
right
there?
here. I mean, potentially.
why
we
not?
saw Anthony
Yeah, you
chop
have
1.6
the second nuts.
for 300K.
Ace in
Ace.
the window, but the king behind it. Okay.
Does give some 2 pair outs for Patrick.
Yes. But for the time,
Runner,
Anthony.
Broadway.
King on the
King.
turn.
Oh, my.
Oh, my
And now
goodness.
Anthony left with 2 outs. Patrick standing in front of the trophy.
You played awesome.
Bang.
You too, man.
That's it, you guys. GG, Anthony. You played excellent, my friend. Hey,
GG.
Good game.
all of the congratulations
fun.
to Patrick
Very fun.
here. My man was down to just 2 big blinds. Battles all the way back, man.
Imagine
Oh
that
my
hand goes a
gosh, that was
different
good.
way and he
That was
knocks
good.
out
That was
Anthony.
very
This would
battle.
be
You
the
definitely got-
whole
you definitely
tournament's
got that.
different. I mean, he
Wow.
would have knocked out
God, you could watch
Anthony,
it
had a
over.
much bigger
Yeah.
stack.
Did
Who
you-
knows how
I mean,
it
I
goes?
had
This
some
is
plays
incredible,
here and
man.
there, but
I just had nothing every
Yeah.
time you had something, and vice versa.
Anthony, concerned about his play heads up. He played great, my man.
Yeah, Anthony, you played awesome.
He hit more flops, and sometimes heads up.
Yeah.
Card distribution. That is, not to discount Patrick. He pulled the trigger
Yeah.
when he
I
had
get
to.
this.
You know.
All the kudos to Patrick, man. Yeah, go
That's
check out your
cool.
trophy,
I never
my
wanted
guy.
to
That
get
is
that.
all yours, my friend.
And that hefty.
That was a hell of a battle, though.
Talk.
Yeah.
Thanks, man.
And again,
great
I know we've
playing.
mentioned it many times. These guys
Pleasure.
showing a lot of love for each other. I can't say
It was a
enough how
pleasure.
much of
Yeah,
a
it was
pleasure
awesome.
it
It was
was
really
to
good.
watch these
I'm
two
glad you
play the
took it
whole
down.
time.
Well,
But
let's
but
connect on
specifically heads up, they just
something.
seemed like
100%.
two
We'll find
great
each other.
guys that got to go after it. Man, this has been such a cool final table here.
They got along so well.
Yeah.
I mean, these guys, they're honest with each other the whole time. Even 5-handed, even 6-handed. Playing for
Thank you.
$283,000. Patrick,
Man.
congratulations. Off of a $500 buy-in.
Let's go.
He wins like almost 600 buy-ins.
Yeah.
I mean,
I won.
you know, can't say enough good things about the almighty million.
And for his efforts, too. Anthony played absolutely fantastic. I know it hurts probably right this second, but man, you're going to get to walk home with $186,000 off of a $500 entry, man.
Yeah, it's sick.
That is, again, the stuff dreams are made of.
And
here.
Anthony's second really nice, solid score,
Yeah.
solidifying that maybe it wasn't a fluke the first time at the win.
Right.
Maybe it wasn't a fluke. I mean, 2
That was
scores
his
of
lucky
over
chip.
186,000 and 300,000.
Yeah.
Pretty nice. And for
I do
Patrick,
know him,
too.
actually.
His
I'll
hand in
get it
lobby
to
at
him, 'cause
$6,000
he's
before this
friend.
tournament.
$6,000.
And now he wins. And maybe
Thank
a
you.
couple more tournaments
man.
coming
Yeah,
up.
we may see
you, brother.
see more out of Mr. Patrick
I said I was gonna win, right?
Senderowitz.
I said I was gonna do my best.
Yeah, guys, this has been awesome. And if you guys are following the stream here, we are getting all of the chips set up so that the lovely photographer Alicia, one of the best in the business, can get the awesome winner shots down here on the final table. Man, this is awesome to see.
Yeah,
what a
yeah.
sick final table, man.
Dude, this winner's photo is gonna have the most amount of chips that you guys have ever seen.
Ever seen.
Like I highly recommend that you check out either PokerOrg or BetMGM and just look at how many freaking chips. I mean, are they even gonna give him all the
No,
chips?
I don't think they're gonna.
come
I see
on,
them
give
pushing off to the side. I want that chip.
It would be such a tough one, but come on, give the man all the chips.
He earned them, right?
Yeah,
He earned them.
Yeah, listen, once they're all on that final table, give the man his chips.
Telling you, man.
Like $97,000 heads up. I guess Patrick does not regret not turning down the chop eventually.
I'm wondering who Patrick has here with him. I hope he's not by himself. I want that winner's photo filled up in the back.
Yeah, we saw some friends and family for some of the other players.
Yeah.
Not that he couldn't have them.
Right.
We're gonna find out though.
Yeah.
It might not be as big of a crew as the Nick Finaro.
Yeah, Nick had his whole family here,
$800,
yeah.
and Patrick might not have like a poker pro brother.
Right, that
but
too.
maybe a significant other, some friends.
All right, guys. But hey, thank you so much for joining us here. I have just so many thanks for Jeff to join me in the booth here. It's been an absolutely awesome final table. You were such a pleasure to have in the booth here with me and give some really awesome strategy talk from a real pro. Thank you so much, Jeff. Guys, we're going to be signing off here. And yeah, thank you so much, guys. Thank you for joining into the live stream. Make your way down to Borgata. We'll see you guys next time.
It was a pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you.